On the night Mary found him, Aberdale seemed to exhale a breath it had been holding for years. The autumn air carried the scent of rain and old roses, and the moon hung low and patient over the community garden, where the oldest families had tended their hopes for 3 generations. Mary had taken the long path home from the library, her arms full of books that needed mending, when she noticed the garden gate standing ajar, unusual for October when most gardeners had already tucked their plots away for winter. She stepped through the gate and heard it then. Not crying, but something softer, like the sound of contentment itself. Following the gentle hum, she found him nestled among Mrs. Henderson's roses, roses that should have been dormant, but bloomed instead with impossible autumn fire, their petals glowing faintly in the moonlight, as if lit from within. The baby lay in a basket woven from pale reeds, wrapped in blankets that seemed older than memory, yet carried no wear. A ribbon of deep blue silk was tied to the basket's handle, stitched with tiny stars that caught the light and held it. When Mary knelt beside him, the earth released its generous night scent, mint and lavender, and the deep, honest smell of soil that knows its purpose. He opened his eyes as her shadow fell across him, and there was no confusion in his gaze, only a recognition so profound it took her breath away. His tiny fingers opened and closed as if he were holding invisible threads that connected him to everything around them. Mary, who had spent 42 years learning that the best things came to those who waited with open hands, reached out and touched the basket's rim. The baby made a sound, not distress, but something like agreement, as if he had been traveling a long time and had finally arrived where the lights stay on. She lifted him carefully, and the chronic ache that had lived in her shoulders since her divorce simply melted away, leaving her feeling lighter than she had in years. "Hello, little one," she whispered, and his name came to her then like a gift, Clarence. It felt like the sound of morning, of something clear and bright beginning. At home, Mary's small kitchen welcomed them both. She had always loved this room, the hand-me-down cups, the clock that hummed faintly as if it had swallowed a song, the wooden table worn smooth by decades of shared meals. She laid Clarence on a folded quilt while she prepared a bottle and watched him study the ceiling as if it held stars. It was then she noticed the first strange thing. On her bookshelf sat her grandmother's music box, broken for years, its key lost behind a floorboard one winter. She had kept it for the carved flowers on its lid, the way they felt like a prayer under her fingers. When she set it near Clarence, he turned toward it immediately, his small hand reaching out to press the carved wood. His face softened into the kind of peace you see on still water at dawn. Curious, Mary moved the box aside to make room for his bottle. Clarence's mouth turned down, not with panic, just with the sense that something important had drifted away. She returned it, and he sighed in his sleep, his fingers finding the carved flowers, as if greeting old friends. Over the following days, Mary began to notice a pattern that defied explanation, yet felt as natural as breathing. Clarence seemed to respond not to objects themselves, but to something invisible they carried, the emotional weather that clung to things like morning mist. Her grandmother's rocking chair, where 3 generations of children had been sung to sleep, made him coo with delight. The vase her mother had gripped during her parents' final argument made him fuss until Mary moved it to the high shelf. He reached for books that had been loved and cherished, his small hands patting their spines, as if he could feel the care that had turned their pages. The kitchen table, where Mary had shared countless meals with friends, brought out his most contented sounds, while anything touched by anger or sadness would cause him to turn away with a soft whimper of distress. Mary, who had always trusted her intuition more than logic, accepted this mystery with the same grace she brought to tending her garden. She began arranging their home by feeling rather than convenience, placing objects that held joy within Clarence's reach and storing away those that carried heavier weather. She hummed while she folded his blankets, imagining warmth and safety into their fibers. She spoke softly to his bottles as she prepared them, filling them with more than milk, with love itself. As the impossible roses finally faded with winter's arrival, Mary understood that she had been chosen for something extraordinary. This child, who could hear the whispers that objects left behind, would need careful tending, like a rare flower that bloomed only under specific conditions. She would learn his language of silence, this communication that happened in the spaces between heartbeats. On quiet evenings, she would hold him near the window where moonlight painted silver paths across the floor, and tell him stories about the town he would grow up in, the people whose hearts he might one day touch. He would listen with those remarkably aware eyes, occasionally making soft sounds that seemed almost conversational, as if he understood not just her words, but the love that shaped them. The blue ribbon with its embroidered stars remained tied to his crib, and sometimes Mary would find him in the morning with his tiny fingers looped through those constellation threads, as if he were making promises to the night itself. In those moments, watching him sleep in the gentle light of dawn, she knew that both their lives had been quietly, permanently, beautifully changed. Somewhere in the distance, the old train sighed its way past the edge of town, and in Mary's small house on Maple Street, a baby who could feel the emotional echoes of the world grew stronger each day, preparing for a life that would touch more souls than anyone could possibly imagine. Sleep found them both easily in those early days, wrapped in the soft certainty that they had found exactly what they had been searching for, even though neither had known they were searching at all. Winter came to Aberdale like a gentle hand smoothing wrinkles from the world, and with it came the quiet season of learning. The house on Maple Street settled into deeper rhythms as snow muffled the outside sounds, leaving space for subtler conversations, the kind that happened between heartbeats in the spaces where Clarence was beginning to find his voice. By his first birthday, Clarence had grown from sensing emotions to something more refined, like learning to distinguish between different shades of the same color. The wooden spoon Mary used for stirring soup carried a different warmth than the one she used for birthday cake batter. Both held love, but cake love sparkled with anticipation, while soup love hummed with steady comfort. He would reach for each with different expressions, his small face serious with concentration as he learned to read these invisible stories. Mary found herself becoming a translator between worlds, his world of felt emotions and the everyday world that moved without noticing such things. When Clarence would fuss near the telephone, she began to understand it wasn't the object itself, but the anxious conversations it had carried. She moved it to the hallway closet and watched him relax, his small shoulders dropping as if he'd set down something heavy. When he clapped with delight near her grandmother's sewing basket, she would tell him stories of the quilts that had been born there, the patient love stitched into every square. The town began to know them in the gentle way small communities adopt their own. Mrs. Henderson, whose roses had bloomed so impossibly, the night Clarence arrived, would find him sitting by her garden fence on warm afternoons, his tiny hands pressed against the wooden slats, as if listening to conversations between the flowers and the earth. She started leaving extra cookies on her windowsill, not because she understood what drew him there, but because his presence made her garden feel more peaceful, somehow. At Patterson's hardware store, old Jim Patterson grew accustomed to Mary's visits with Clarence toddling beside her. The boy would be drawn immediately to the worn tools, hammers with handles, polished smooth by decades of honest work, measuring tapes that remembered the satisfaction of building something lasting. He would pat them gently, making soft sounds of approval, while the newer tools, with their sharp commercial edges, held no interest for him at all. Jim began to joke that Mary's little one was his best quality inspector, though he couldn't quite explain why the child's preferences always aligned with the tools that had built half the houses in town. Spring brought new discoveries. At the library where Mary worked, Clarence became a quiet presence among the stacks, following currents only he could feel. The return bin was like a river mouth to him, carrying back whatever stories the world had borrowed. He would sit beside it and pat the spines as they arrived, not to claim them, but to welcome them home. A cookbook returned, sticky with frustration, made him frown and turn away, while a garden guide that came back fragrant with hope and dirt under fingernails, satisfaction and gentle pats of approval. Eleanor Winters, who ran the antique shop on Main Street with hands that had restored countless pieces back to their former glory, noticed how Clarence would spend long minutes exploring her store. He was drawn to chairs that remembered family dinners, to lamps that had illuminated bedtime stories, to music boxes that had played lullabies for sleeping children. Eleanor, whose own grandmother had spoken of objects that remember, watched him with knowing eyes but kept her understanding to herself, sensing that some mysteries were meant to unfold in their own time. At home, Mary began creating what she privately thought of as emotional maps throughout their house. She placed objects that carried joy within Clarence's reach, her father's reading glasses that had seen thousands of happy endings, the wooden bowl her mother had used for Sunday morning pancakes, the blue ceramic bird that had watched over 3 generations of kitchen conversations. She learned to read his responses like weather patterns, understanding that his gift was growing more sophisticated with each passing day. The blue ribbon with its embroidered stars remained his anchor, but Mary noticed he had begun reaching for it during moments of uncertainty, as if it connected him to something larger than what his young mind could yet understand. She would find him in the mornings with the silk threads wound around his tiny fingers, and sometimes she could almost feel what he felt. Threads of connection that wove through their small town, like invisible light, holding everyone together in ways they rarely stopped to notice. Words came slowly, but when they came, they carried weight. He said warm before he said water, heavy before he said hat. He learned to point to objects and say kind or sad, and Mary would nod solemnly, as if he had given correct answers on an exam that no one else could see. When summer storms rolled in from the west, Clarence would grow quiet, not from fear of thunder, but because the house remembered other storms, other tears, other slammed doors. On those nights, Mary would make peanut butter and honey sandwiches, cutting them into small squares and arranging them on her grandmother's chipped plate that had changed many minds from sad to hopeful over the years. As summer deepened and the wheat fields beyond town swayed like congregations mid-hymn, Mary began to speak gently of school, not as something to fear, but as a place already sprinkled with what he knew. "There will be books that have been loved," she would tell him, "and windows that like to be opened. There will be voices, and some will be tired, and some will be sweet. There will be children who need exactly what you have to give." Clarence would listen with his head tilted, as if he could hear the school from their back porch, could sense the emotional landscape waiting there. Mary understood that his gift wasn't just about sensing what had been. It was about recognizing love in all its forms, about being drawn to things that had witnessed human connection. He was collecting evidence that love was real and lasting, that kindness left traces everywhere it touched. On quiet evenings, as Aberdale settled into its gentle rhythms around them, Mary would hold Clarence by the window and watch the lights come on in houses throughout their neighborhood. She would tell him about the families behind those glowing windows, and he would listen with those remarkably attentive eyes, occasionally making soft sounds that seemed like responses to stories only he could fully hear. The gift that had seemed so mysterious in those first days was revealing its deeper purpose, and Mary understood she was raising someone who might help others remember that every act of love leaves an echo, waiting patiently for someone who knows how to listen. In the growing dusk, with Clarence's small hand warm in hers, she could almost hear it too. The quiet symphony of connection that played just beneath the surface of ordinary days, beautiful and endless as summer itself. The air on Clarence's first morning of school carried a hush, as if the world itself was holding its breath for him. Mary knelt by the kitchen table, threading the blue star ribbon into the seam of his backpack with slow, deliberate care. Clarence watched her hands move, each stitch a promise that he was loved, that wherever he walked, a piece of home would walk quietly beside him. His hand traced the well-worn wood of the table, feeling the gentle warmth of countless breakfasts, the silent patience of 100 small beginnings. When they stepped outside, the street glimmered with dew and the promise of something new. Clarence's palm pressed into Mary's, anchoring him as they passed Mrs. Henderson's fence, now faded with the memory of summer roses, and the crossing guard whose hand lifted in a wave that felt like a benediction. At the school's threshold, Clarence paused, fingertips brushing the stone archway, sensing the echoes of laughter and nerves, generations of first days layered in the walls. Inside, the hallway buzzed with shifting tides of feeling. Clarence felt them all, the fluttery joy, the anxious undercurrents, the deep wells of hope hidden in backpacks and bouncing shoes. In his classroom, the light fell across rows of small desks like gentle hands. The teacher's smile landed softly, and Clarence steadied himself, feeling the kindness in the room's bones. He found a seat by the window where the sun drifted in, carrying the scent of chalk and new paper. There a boy sat, aligning his pencils with almost reverent precision. His hair was neat, his shoelaces double-knotted, his eyes darting like minnows before settling on Clarence with a quick, cautious glance. The quiet between them wasn't empty. It was alive, brimming with the hope that comes before a word is spoken. Clarence watched, not out of curiosity, but with a sense of recognition. A silent understanding that the boy's careful order was a shield, a way to keep the world from spinning too fast. When a pencil rolled from the boy's desk and landed near Clarence's shoe, he bent to retrieve it, holding it out with a gentle, steady hand. "Thank you," the boy whispered. His voice trembled, but only a little, as if he were testing the air for safety. "Clarence," Clarence said by way of introduction. He didn't say more, but somehow made the space safe for silence. The teacher called for introductions. When it was Clarence's turn, he simply said, "I like books that smell like rain." Some children giggled, but the teacher smiled as if she had heard a small truth. The boy beside him spoke next. "Jeff," he said, "I like when things make sense." He clutched his binder, its dividers lined up in colors that only he understood. Clarence felt the binder's quiet pride, the comfort it offered to Jeff's restless hands. At lunch, the classroom spilled out into the yard, 1,000 small dramas under the watching sky. Clarence drifted to the old oak tree at the edge of the playground, drawn by the deep, steady patience in its roots. He sat in the dappled shade, unwrapping his sandwich, the wax paper whispering secrets of home. Jeff hovered nearby, lunchbox clutched tight, as if the world might shift beneath his feet if he let go. "Is this spot taken?" Jeff asked, the words careful as stepping stones. Clarence shook his head, smiling gently. He broke his sandwich into 2 triangles and offered one, not as a favor, but as an invitation. Jeff hesitated, then accepted, the tension in his shoulders softening as he bit into the bread. They ate in companionable quiet, the oak's leaves murmuring above them, sunlight pooling at their feet. Jeff spoke first, not about school, but about his pet hamster and his favorite books, about the comfort of schedules, and the way he liked to organize his rocks by color and size. Clarence listened, feeling the delicate threads of Jeff's anxiety unspool with each word. There was no rush to fill the silence. It was enough to share it, to let the quiet knit itself between them. Lunch became their ritual. Day after day they returned to the oak tree, Jeff's lunch arranged in precise squares, Clarence's sandwich always cut the same way. In these small moments, trust grew, layer by layer, gentle as sediment settling at the bottom of a calm lake. One afternoon, the fire alarm rang without warning, a shrill, unfamiliar chaos. Children poured from the building, laughter and fear tangled together. Jeff, caught off guard, froze by the old oak, his hands clamped over his ears, body trembling. Clarence found him and sat close, not speaking, simply offering the blue ribbon from his backpack. Jeff clung to it, his breath slowing as he traced the embroidered stars. In that quiet, the world settled, and the panic receded like a tide. "You can keep it for as long as you need," Clarence told him. Jeff nodded, holding the ribbon as if it was a lighthouse in a storm. Later, when the day calmed and the ribbon was returned, something unspoken had changed between them. They had learned the shape of each other's fears and how to ease them, not with grand gestures but with small, steady kindnesses. They spoke a language built of glances and gentle silences, of sandwiches and shared shade, of understanding what could not be said. As autumn deepened, their friendship grew into something solid and safe. Jeff would save a space by the window each morning, and Clarence would bring stories of the echoes he felt in the library or the playground swings. When the world felt too loud, they retreated to the oak tree's calm or volunteered in the quieter corners of the school. In these days, Clarence learned that friendship was not always about words. Sometimes it was about being the calm in someone's storm, the steady hand at their shoulder. And Jeff discovered that bravery could be quiet, a gentle persistence, a willingness to sit in uncertainty and know you're not alone. At dusk, as Mary waited by the gate, she saw the 2 boys walking side by side, their steps in gentle rhythm. She greeted Jeff as if she had always expected him, and the 3 of them walked toward home beneath the lengthening shadows. That night, Clarence sat at his window, watching the first star appear above Aberdale's rooftops. He felt a new thread weaving through his heart, soft, strong, and luminous as the blue ribbon by his bed. Somewhere, in the spaces between words and silences, a friendship had begun to take root, quiet and sure as the oak tree's roots beneath the playground, ready to grow with each new day. As autumn painted Aberdale in shades of amber and rust, the friendship between Clarence and Jeff settled into rhythms as natural as breathing. Their morning ritual had expanded beyond the simple saving of seats. Jeff would arrive early and arrange 2 pencils like small sentinels at the edge of Clarence's desk, while Clarence would touch the cool window glass, reading the room's emotional weather before taking his place. The blue ribbon, now permanently threaded through his backpack's seam, had become a quiet anchor they both understood, passed between them during moments when the world pressed too close. After school, they began exploring Aberdale's quieter corners together, their steps unhurried as they discovered the town's emotional geography. Mary would wave them off with gentle reminders about dinner time, understanding that these wanderings were part of something important growing between them. Jeff carried a small notebook where he sketched careful maps of their routes, marking which paths felt peaceful and which carried heavier weather, while Clarence moved with the quiet attention of someone reading invisible stories written in door frames and garden gates. At Miller's bakery, the glass cases held more than pastries, they held decades of celebration and comfort. Clarence would pause by the wedding cake display, his small hand pressed against the cool surface, feeling the joy that lingered there like flower dust in the air. Mrs. Miller, whose hands had kneaded happiness into countless loaves, began saving day-old cookies for the two boys, sensing something special in their patient attention to her work. Jeff would organize the cookies by type in his careful way, while Clarence would choose the ones that carried the warmest echoes of the morning's baking. The old train station, abandoned since the 50s, became one of their favorite refugees. Here, surrounded by weathered boards that remembered 1,000 hellos and goodbyes, they would sit on the platform's edge, legs swinging in companionable silence. Jeff would arrange smooth pebbles in precise patterns while Clarence listened to the echoes of journeys that still whispered through the empty waiting room. Sometimes he would share what he felt, the excitement of reunions, the bittersweet ache of departures, and Jeff would nod with growing understanding, his careful mind cataloguing these invisible stories alongside his maps of the visible world. Their teamwork began to manifest in small, quiet ways that helped their classmates without drawing attention to Clarence's unusual gift. When Sarah Chen lost her grandmother's bracelet during recess, Jeff methodically traced her movements, while Clarence felt for the object's emotional pull. They found it caught in the chain-link fence near the swings, where Sarah had gripped the metal during a particularly joyful moment of flight. When Tommy Rodriguez struggled with a math problem that made him want to cry, Clarence sensed the frustration pooling around his desk and gently suggested Jeff sit nearby. Jeff's calm presence and patient explanation somehow made the numbers fall into place. These small interventions taught them both valuable lessons. Jeff discovered that his methodical nature wasn't just useful for organizing his own world, it could create islands of calm for others too. Clarence learned that his gift worked best when paired with Jeff's practical wisdom, that feeling the emotional currents was only half the solution. Together, they could navigate both the seen and unseen aspects of their world. At the library after school, where Mary worked among towers of books that hummed with stories, they began to notice another presence, a quiet figure who moved among the stacks with the patient attention of someone who understood that books were more than paper and ink. Mr. Reeves, the senior librarian, had hair the color of winter clouds and hands that treated each volume like a small treasure. Clarence felt drawn to him in the same way he was drawn to objects that had been touched by deep kindness, though they had not yet spoken beyond polite nods. One grey December afternoon, as snow began to dust the library windows, Clarence found himself standing near the poetry section where Mr. Reeves was reshelving returned books. The older man worked with deliberate care, and Clarence could feel the reverence in his touch, the way he honored each book's journey from shelf to reader and back again. When their eyes met briefly, Clarence saw something familiar there, a recognition that made him think of his blue ribbon with its embroidered stars, of mysteries that revealed themselves slowly to those who knew how to wait. Jeff appeared at his elbow with their chosen books for the week, and together they settled at their favorite table by the window. Outside, the first real snow of winter was beginning to fall, each flake catching the afternoon light like tiny messengers. They read in comfortable silence, occasionally sharing a particularly good passage or illustration, their friendship deepening with each shared discovery. As winter settled over Aberdale like a gentle blanket, their bond continued to strengthen in ways that needed no words. Jeff's anxieties about the unpredictable nature of growing up found steady comfort in Clarence's serene presence, while Clarence's sometimes overwhelming sensitivity to others' emotions was grounded by Jeff's practical wisdom and unwavering loyalty. They had become each other's anchor and sail, keeping each other both steady and moving forward. Mary would find them some evenings at the kitchen table, Jeff helping with homework in his meticulous way, while Clarence chose their plates by selecting the ones that held the most contentment from previous meals. Their conversations flowed easily between practical concerns and gentle mysteries, creating a space where both boys could be completely themselves without fear of judgment or misunderstanding. On the last day before winter break, as they shared their traditional lunch beneath the oak tree's bare branches, Jeff carefully folded one of his hand-drawn maps and placed it in Clarence's hands. "For safekeeping," he said simply, his voice carrying the weight of a promise. Clarence nodded, understanding that they were no longer just friends, but partners in something larger, guardians of the quiet magic that lived in the spaces between heartbeats, keepers of the truth that every act of kindness creates ripples extending far beyond what the eye can see. The winter stretched ahead of them like pages waiting to be written, and they were ready to fill them with discoveries that would deepen their understanding of the world's hidden emotional currents while strengthening the bond that had already begun to feel as permanent and necessary as the stars themselves, quietly watching over Aberdale's peaceful streets. Winter break arrived with the kind of stillness that only comes when snow has muffled the world's sharper edges. The library became Clarence and Jeff's sanctuary during these quiet weeks, its warm yellow light spilling across tables where they would spread Jeff's carefully drawn maps alongside books that whispered stories older than memory. It was here, among the gentle rustle of turning pages and the soft footfalls of other seekers, that Mr. Reeves finally approached them with the patient timing of someone who understood that the most important conversations happen when they're ready to happen. He appeared beside their table on a Tuesday afternoon, when the snow was falling so steadily it seemed the world was being rewritten in white. In his hands he carried a worn leather journal and a thermos that smelled of cinnamon and something deeper, comfort itself perhaps, distilled into liquid form. His eyes, kind behind wire-rimmed glasses that had seen decades of stories unfold, settled on Clarence with the gentle recognition of someone who had been waiting for this moment longer than either boy could imagine. "I wonder, Mr." Reeves said, his voice carrying the soft authority of someone who had spent a lifetime choosing words carefully, "if you might be interested in seeing something special." He set the leather journal on the table between them, its cover worn smooth by countless hands, and Clarence felt it immediately, layers upon layers of wisdom, of questions asked and partially answered, of someone else who had walked through the world, feeling what others could not see. Jeff looked up from his own notebook where he had been sketching the poetry section, noting how Clarence seemed drawn to certain volumes that seemed to thrum with particularly rich emotional resonance. His careful eyes moved between Mr. Reeves and Clarence, reading the moment with the same precision he brought to everything else. "Is it about books?" he asked, because in his experience, the most important conversations in libraries usually were. Mr. Reeves smiled, settling into the chair across from them with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned that the best stories unfold in their own time. "In a way," he said, opening the journal to reveal pages filled with careful handwriting, pressed flowers, and small sketches of objects that seemed ordinary until you looked closer. "This belonged to my grandmother. She had a gift for understanding things that others couldn't quite see. She called it reading the emotional weather of the world." Clarence's breath caught, his small hand moving instinctively toward the blue ribbon threaded through his backpack. Mr. Reeves noticed the gesture and nodded as if a question had been asked and answered without words. "She taught me that some people are born with hearts that can hear what objects remember, what places hold. She said it was both a blessing and a responsibility to listen carefully, to help gently, and to remember that every act of kindness leaves traces that someone, someday, will be grateful to find." The journal's pages whispered as Mr. Reeves turned them slowly, revealing sketches of a locket that held a mother's worry, a wooden chair that remembered bedtime stories, a garden gate that had witnessed countless homecomings. Clarence felt each drawing like a small recognition, understanding that he was not alone in this strange and wonderful way of moving through the world. Jeff leaned closer, his analytical mind working to understand this new information, filing it alongside everything he had already observed about his friend's unusual sensitivities. "She wrote about the importance of having someone to share the gift with," Mr. Reeves continued, his finger tracing a passage written in faded ink. "Someone who could help carry the weight when the world's emotions became too heavy. Someone who could help translate what was felt into what could be done." His eyes moved between the two boys, and Clarence understood that Mr. Reeves had been watching them, recognizing something in their friendship that they were only beginning to understand themselves. Over the following weeks, their afternoon library visits took on a new dimension. Mr. Reeves would join them when his duties allowed, sharing stories from his grandmother's journal and teaching Clarence to recognize different types of emotional echoes. A collection of fairy tales, read countless times to sleepy children, held soft, dreamy comfort. A historical text filled with tales of struggle and triumph resonated with a different kind of strength, a resilience that felt like old stone weathered smooth by time. Jeff absorbed these lessons too, his methodical mind creating frameworks for understanding what Clarence felt, developing systems for responding that honored both the gift and the practical needs of daily life. He learned to recognize the signs when Clarence needed quiet, to suggest activities that would ground him, to carry conversations when words became too much effort. "The gift comes with choices," Mr. Reeves explained one snowy afternoon, as they sat surrounded by books that hummed with the contentment of being well loved. "You can't feel everything that everyone has ever felt, or you'd never have space for your own heart. Learning to listen selectively, to focus on what needs attention while letting the rest simply exist, that's the art of it." As winter deepened and the library became their second home, Clarence began to understand that his unusual sensitivity was not just about feeling what had been, but about recognizing what could be. Potential kindnesses waiting to unfold, connections yearning to be made, small acts of love that could shift the emotional weather of their entire community. With Mr. Reeves' gentle guidance and Jeff's unwavering support, he was learning not just to navigate his gift, but to embrace it as a calling. The leather journal became a bridge between generations, its pages offering both wisdom and comfort as Clarence discovered he was part of a longer story, a quiet tradition of hearts that listened carefully and loved deeply. In the warm circle of light that surrounded their library table, with snow falling softly beyond the windows and Jeff's steady presence beside him, Clarence felt something settle in his chest, the deep peace that comes from understanding finally that you are exactly who you were meant to be. Spring arrived in Aberdale like a gentle exhale, carrying with it the scent of possibility and the soft promise that winter's quiet lessons were ready to bloom into something larger. The snow had melted from the library windows, and in its place came streams of golden light that seemed to bless the worn wooden table where Clarence, Jeff, and Mr. Reeves continued their afternoon conversations. The leather journal lay open between them more often now, its pages no longer mysterious but familiar, like a map they were learning to read together. Clarence felt the change in himself as surely as he felt the shift in seasons, where once his gift had been like listening to a radio with the volume turned too high, catching fragments of emotional static from every direction. Now he could tune into specific frequencies with growing precision. Mr. Reeves had taught him to think of it as learning to focus a telescope. The stars had always been there, but now he could choose which ones to study, which ones called for his attention, and which ones were simply part of the vast, beautiful constellation of human feeling that surrounded them all. At school, their quiet work began to take on new dimensions. Jeff had started carrying a small notebook dedicated entirely to what they privately called weather patterns, his careful observations of who seemed to be struggling, which corners of the building felt heavy with unresolved sadness, where pockets of joy gathered like sunlight in a garden. Together, they developed a system of gentle interventions that honored both Clarence's sensitivity and Jeff's methodical approach to solving problems. The classroom plant became their first conscious collaboration. Clarence had noticed it during those early spring days when the terracotta pot seemed to hum with neglect, its leaves drooping with a thirst that went deeper than water. He mentioned it quietly to Jeff, who immediately understood. The next morning, Jeff arrived early with a hand-drawn watering chart and a small measuring cup from his mother's kitchen. They established a routine. Clarence would check the plant's emotional weather each morning, feeling for the contentment that came with proper care, while Jeff maintained the practical schedule that kept their small green friend thriving. By April, the plant's leaves had grown glossy and full, and their corner of the classroom had become a place where even the most restless students seemed to breathe a little deeper. Their expanding circle of quiet influence drew others naturally, like flowers turning toward light. Marcus, whose father's deployment had left him carrying a loneliness too large for one small boy to bear, found himself gravitating toward their lunch table after Clarence sensed the ache that clung to his backpack like morning frost. Jeff, with his gift for making abstract time feel manageable, helped Marcus create a countdown calendar to his father's return, marking each day with small victories and shared moments that made the waiting feel less endless. When Amy Chen's parents' divorce left her organizing and reorganizing her school supplies with desperate precision, trying to create order from chaos she couldn't control, Clarence felt her anxiety like electricity in the air. Without words, he and Jeff made space for her at their table, offering the kind of steady presence that said you don't have to fix everything right now. Sometimes it's enough to just sit with people who understand that some storms take time to pass. Their teacher, Mrs. Patterson, began to notice subtle changes in her classroom's atmosphere. Students helped each other more readily, shared supplies without being asked, offered second chances with unusual grace. She couldn't identify exactly what had shifted, but she found herself humming while she prepared lessons, sensing that something beautiful was growing among her students like wildflowers after rain. At home, Mary watched Clarence's growing confidence with the quiet pride of a gardener seeing seeds finally break ground. He would tell her about his days with increasing detail, sharing not just events, but the emotional currents that flowed beneath them. She began to understand that her son was learning to be a healer in the truest sense, not through dramatic gestures, but through the patient art of creating space where others could heal themselves. The blue ribbon that had anchored him since infancy now served a different purpose entirely. Instead of being his security blanket, it had become a tool for comfort, something he could offer to others during moments of distress, its embroidered stars somehow carrying the peace he had learned to cultivate within himself. Jeff had begun carrying an extra pencil, always sharpened to perfect precision, ready to offer the satisfaction of clean lines and clear marks to anyone whose world felt too chaotic to bear. On afternoons when the weight of others' emotions gathered faster than Clarence could process them, when birthday celebrations in the cafeteria created joy so bright it made his shoulders tense, or when arguments on the playground left angry echoes that clung to the swing sets like smoke, Jeff learned to recognize the signs, a slight tightening around Clarence's eyes, the way he would unconsciously reach for the blue ribbon, the almost imperceptible withdrawal that meant he needed space to breathe. Without being asked, Jeff would suggest a walk to the quieter edge of the playground, or simply place his hand on Clarence's arm, a silent reminder that he wasn't carrying these burdens alone. As spring deepened and the days grew longer, their friendship evolved into something that felt as essential as breathing. They had become partners in the truest sense, each bringing their own gifts to the delicate work of tending the emotional weather around them. Clarence with his profound sensitivity, Jeff with his grounded reliability, together creating small pockets of peace in a world that often forgot to pause and notice its own heart. Mr. Reeves, observing their work from his library perch, would nod approvingly as he watched them navigate the delicate balance between helping and healing, between offering support and respecting boundaries. His grandmother's journal had taught them well that the greatest gift they could offer was not to take away others' pain, but to sit with them in it, to bear witness to their struggles, and to remind them through presence and patience that they were not alone. In the lengthening afternoons of late spring, as Aberdale bloomed around them with the persistent hope that lives in all growing things, Clarence began to understand that his gift was not just about feeling what others felt, but about creating conditions where healing could happen naturally, like flowers turning toward light. And in the gentle rhythm of their shared days, he felt something settling in his chest. The deep peace that comes from knowing you are exactly who you were meant to be. Walking beside someone who helps you remember that truth every single day. Summer arrived in Aberdale with its usual promise of long, lazy afternoons, and the kind of freedom that made children feel as if time itself had slowed to match their wandering pace. But beneath the surface of those golden days, Clarence began to sense something shifting in the emotional weather around Jeff, like the way air feels different before a storm, even when the sky remains clear. It started as whispers in the objects Jeff carried, his backpack humming with a tension that hadn't been there in spring, his carefully organized pencil case radiating an anxiety that tasted like copper pennies and sleepless nights. The change was subtle at first, visible only to someone who had learned to read the invisible currents that flowed beneath everyday moments. Jeff's handwriting, usually precise as clockwork, began to show tiny tremors, letters that started bold but faded mid-stroke, numbers that wavered slightly from their careful columns. His notebook, once filled with confident maps of their explorations, now contained sketches that trailed off unfinished, as if his attention had been pulled away by worries too large to ignore. Clarence felt it most clearly during their morning meetings at the library, where Jeff would arrive with forced cheerfulness that didn't quite mask the shadows beneath his eyes. The emotional echo that preceded his friend had changed from the satisfied calm of completed homework and well-planned days to something more turbulent, a low-frequency hum of distress that never quite stopped, like a radio tuned between stations. When Clarence touched the books Jeff brought from home, they carried traces of something he had never felt before, the particular exhaustion that comes from listening to conversations that weren't meant for children's ears. Mr. Reeves, with the gentle intuition that came from decades of watching young hearts navigate difficult passages, began leaving different books on their table, stories that acknowledged that sometimes families change, in ways that can't be undone, that children can carry love for people even when those people can't stay together. He never said anything directly, but his presence became a quiet anchor, a reminder that some storms were weathered by communities rather than individuals alone. As July deepened and the heat settled over their town like a heavy quilt, Jeff's careful routines began to show more strain. Clarence could feel it in the way his friend gripped his pencils too tightly, in the slight tremor that had crept into his voice when discussing anything beyond the immediate present. Jeff had begun checking and rechecking simple tasks with desperate precision, as if perfect organization might somehow hold his world together through sheer force of will. The morning everything changed. Clarence felt it before Jeff even appeared in the library doorway. The emotional atmosphere that preceded his friend was different, not just anxious now, but fractured, like glass that had shattered but hadn't yet fallen apart. When Jeff finally arrived, his usual careful posture had collapsed into something smaller, his hands empty of the notebooks and supplies that usually accompanied him everywhere. They found their usual table in the poetry section, surrounded by books that hummed with the gentle wisdom of people who had learned to find beauty in difficult truths. For a long moment, they simply sat in the quiet together, listening to the soft rustle of other people's reading, the distant whisper of pages turning, the way silence could hold more comfort than words. "They told me last night," Jeff said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're getting divorced." The words hung in the air between them like a bridge neither wanted to cross, but both knew they had to navigate together. Clarence reached across the table and placed his hand over Jeff's, feeling the tremor that ran through his friend's fingers, the way his pulse jumped like a frightened bird. He didn't say it would be okay, didn't offer reassurances that might ring hollow. Instead, he simply held the space for Jeff's pain, letting his presence say what words couldn't, that he was here, that this wouldn't change anything between them, that some bonds were stronger than the storms that tested them. "I keep thinking if I could just organize it right, make the right system, maybe I could fix it," Jeff continued, his voice breaking slightly. "But you can't file feelings in alphabetical order, can you? You can't make a chart that keeps people from falling out of love." Clarence felt the depth of Jeff's helplessness, the way it echoed through every carefully organized corner of his life, threatening to unravel the very systems that had always provided him comfort and stability. Without speaking, he reached into his backpack and retrieved the blue ribbon with its embroidered stars, placing it gently in Jeff's palm. Jeff's fingers closed around the silk threads, as if they were lifelines, his breathing slowly steadying as he traced the tiny constellations. Over the following weeks, as Jeff's parents navigated the careful choreography of separation, Clarence became his friend's anchor in ways that went deeper than either boy fully understood. When Jeff's hand shook too badly to write, Clarence would sit beside him and trace letters in the air until the trembling stopped. When the sound of hushed, tense conversations from the kitchen made Jeff retreat with his hands pressed over his ears, Clarence would appear with quiet activities that required no words, sorting smooth stones by color, arranging flowers from Mary's garden, creating small pockets of beauty that reminded them both that gentleness still existed in the world. Their friendship deepened through this trial in ways that would have been impossible under easier circumstances. Clarence learned that his gift for feeling others' emotions came with the profound responsibility of carrying some of their weight, and that true friendship sometimes meant sitting with someone in their darkest moments without trying to drag them back into the light before they were ready. Jeff discovered that vulnerability, though terrifying, could deepen connection rather than destroy it, and that accepting help didn't diminish his strength, but rather created space for the kind of love that survives even when everything familiar falls apart. Mr. Reeves watched their quiet work with approval, occasionally leaving small gifts on their table: a packet of flower seeds, a book of gentle poems, a wooden puzzle that required 2 sets of hands to solve. His grandmother's journal had taught him that healing happened not through grand gestures, but through the patient accumulation of small kindnesses, and he could see that these 2 boys were learning that lesson in the most profound way possible. As summer moved toward its end and the first hints of autumn began to touch the edges of Aberdale's trees, Jeff's family settled into new rhythms that would never feel quite like the old home, but could, perhaps, eventually feel like peace. And in the gentle consistency of their daily meetings, in the patient way they had learned to hold each other's sorrows without trying to solve them, Clarence and Jeff discovered that some friendships are forged not in joy alone, but in the crucible of shared difficulty, emerging stronger and more precious for having been tested by the kind of love that chooses to stay when staying is hard. In the quiet spaces between words, beneath the old oak tree where they still shared their lunches, they were learning that growing up sometimes meant watching the world break in ways you couldn't fix, but that having someone to sit with in the breaking made all the difference between despair and hope. As September settled over Aberdale like a gentle exhale, the air carried with it the scent of change and the quiet understanding that some seasons require deeper shelter than others. Jeff's world had found new rhythms in the weeks since his parents' announcement, but Clarence could still feel the tender places in his friend's heart, like bruises that were healing but not yet ready for rough touch. Their usual refuges, the library's warm corners, the oak tree's patient shade, still offered comfort, but there were moments when even these beloved spaces felt too open, too visible to the world's watchful eyes. It was during one of those restless afternoons when Jeff's careful composure had worn thin from another weekend of dividing his time between 2 homes that would never again feel like one, that they found themselves walking without destination through the quieter edges of town. Clarence had suggested the walk with the gentle intuition that sometimes healing required movement, the simple act of letting your feet choose the path while your heart worked through what your mind couldn't yet organize into neat, manageable categories. They followed the old creek bed that wound its way past forgotten corners of Aberdale, where wildflowers grew in cheerful disorder, and the only sounds were water, whispering over smooth stones, and leaves rustling conversations with the breeze. The emotional weather here felt lighter somehow, less cluttered with the complicated feelings that seemed to follow them through the more populated parts of town. Clarence breathed deeper as they walked, feeling some of the constant hum of others' emotions fade to a gentle background murmur. The creek led them through a grove of ancient trees whose trunks were thick with decades of patient growth, their branches reaching toward the sky with the confidence of things that had weathered many storms. It was Jeff who first spotted the structure nestled high in the crook of an enormous oak, almost hidden by ivy and the gentle neglect of time. "Look," he said, his voice carrying the first note of genuine curiosity Clarence had heard from him in days. Clarence tilted his head back, following Jeff's gaze to where weathered boards formed the outline of a small house among the leaves. Even from the ground, he could feel something different about this place, not the absence of emotional echoes, but their gentleness, like whispers that had grown soft with age. Children's laughter seemed to drift faintly from the wooden walls, along with the particular contentment that came from having a secret place that belonged entirely to you. They circled the base of the oak until they found the ladder, boards nailed into the trunk with the careful spacing of someone who had measured the distance between a child's reaching hands. The wood, when Clarence touched it, held stories of many small adventures, of scraped knees and whispered promises, of friendships that had grown strong in the safety of elevated spaces. "Someone loved this place," he said quietly, his palm reading the emotional history written in every rung. Jeff tested the lowest board with his characteristic caution, his methodical mind already assessing what repairs might be needed, what dangers might be lurking in the structure above. But when he looked up at Clarence, his eyes held something that hadn't been there for weeks, hope, tentative but real, like the first green shoots that push through snow when winter finally begins to loosen its grip. They climbed together, Jeff leading with practical care, while Clarence followed, his hands reading the stories held in bark and nail and weathered wood. The treehouse opened around them like a gentle embrace, walls that rose just high enough to create privacy without blocking the sky, windows that framed the world below like paintings you could step into, a roof that had sheltered countless confidences and dreams. The floor was solid beneath their feet, worn smooth by years of use, but still strong enough to hold their weight and their hopes. In one corner, someone had left a small tin box with a dent shaped like a thumbprint, and inside they found treasures that spoke of other children, other friendships. A smooth stone painted with a fading star, a bird's feather that still caught light like copper, a folded piece of paper with words written in careful pencil, "For whoever needs it next." Clarence felt the emotional echo of that message like a warm hand on his shoulder. Not just an offering, but a blessing, a recognition that some spaces exist to be shared across time, connecting hearts that would never meet but understood the same deep need for sanctuary. Jeff read the note aloud, his voice soft with something that might have been gratitude or wonder, and when he folded it carefully back into the tin, Clarence knew they had both felt the same quiet invitation. Over the following weeks they made the treehouse their own, with the same patient care they brought to all their shared endeavors. Jeff approached the task with his characteristic precision, measuring boards and testing joints, ensuring that every repair honored the structure's original spirit while making it safe for new adventures. Clarence contributed his own gift, sensing which pieces of wood felt right, which corners needed gentle attention, which spaces wanted to be left exactly as they were. They brought offerings from their separate worlds, a wool blanket from Mary's linen closet that smelled of lavender and long afternoons, books from Mr. Reeves that seemed to choose themselves, a thermos that Jeff's mother had packed with cocoa and quiet understanding. Clarence threaded his blue ribbon along the window frame where it caught the light and made the whole space feel blessed, while Jeff pinned one of his careful maps to the wall, charting not just the path to their sanctuary, but the emotional geography they were learning to navigate together. The treehouse became their refuge in ways that went deeper than simple shelter. Here, surrounded by walls that absorbed their confidences like prayer, Jeff could finally speak about the strange geography of his new life, the different smells in his father's apartment, the careful way his parents spoke around him now, the exhausting work of being strong for adults who were struggling with their own broken pieces. Clarence would listen with his whole being, offering not solutions but presence, the deep comfort of being truly heard without judgment, or the need to fix what couldn't be easily repaired. For Clarence, the treehouse provided something equally precious, a pocket of emotional quiet where the constant hum of others' feelings faded to a gentle whisper. Here he could rest from the work of constant sensitivity, could remember the sound of his own heart without the overlay of everyone else's emotional weather. The peace that filled the space was their own creation, built from patience and understanding and the accumulated wisdom of all the children who had found sanctuary in these same walls. As autumn deepened and the leaves began their slow transformation From green to gold, they established rituals that felt as natural as breathing. Afternoon visits that began with the simple pleasure of climbing towards sky, evening conversations that happened in the gentle light that filtered through leaves, moments of comfortable silence that said more than words ever could about the depth of their connection. Mary never asked directly about their afternoon disappearances, but she would pack extra sandwiches and pretend not to notice when two didn't return. Mr. Reeves would slip them books about friendship and resilience, stories that acknowledge difficulty while celebrating the bonds that help us weather any storm. The community that had always supported them continued to do so with the quiet understanding that some growth happens in private spaces, tended by hearts that know how to be gentle with each other's tender places. In the treehouse's embrace, surrounded by the patient wisdom of old wood and new dreams, Clarence and Jeff discovered that sanctuary wasn't just a place but a choice. The decision to create space where vulnerability could be safe, where friendship could deepen through shared difficulty, where the promise to stay could be made not with words but with presence, one quiet afternoon at a time. As the first stars appeared beyond their window and the sounds of evening settled around them like a lullaby, they understood that they had found something more precious than shelter. They had created a space where their friendship could grow roots as deep as the oak tree that held them, strong enough to weather any storm that might come. Winter settled over Aberdale like a gentle hand, smoothing the edges of autumn's last restlessness, and with it came a deepening of the work that Clarence and Jeff had begun to understand as their calling. The treehouse, now insulated with old quilts that Mary had quietly provided, and warmed by the accumulated comfort of countless shared confidences, became more than sanctuary. It became their planning room, their refuge, and the quiet heart from which their growing influence on the community's emotional weather began to pulse outward like ripples on still water. From their elevated perch among the oak's patient branches, Clarence found that his gift had evolved into something more refined than the overwhelming flood of sensation he had once struggled to navigate. Like learning to tune a radio to receive specific frequencies, he could now choose which emotional currents to follow, which hearts needed attention, and which sorrows were ready for the gentle touch of anonymous kindness. The blue ribbon, still threaded through his backpack, had become less a security blanket and more a reminder of the delicate threads that connected every soul in their small town. Jeff's role as anchor and translator had deepened too, his methodical mind creating frameworks that turned Clarence's intuitive understanding into practical action. He carried a new notebook now, its pages filled not with maps of streets and buildings, but with careful observations of the town's emotional geography, where loneliness pooled like morning mist, where old griefs had settled into the corners of familiar places, where small interventions might shift the entire atmosphere from grey to gold. Their first conscious collaboration of the season began at Miller's Bakery, where the winter mornings carried a particular weight that made Clarence pause each time they passed the steamed windows. Inside, he could feel the accumulated stress of holiday orders and shortened days, the way hurried customers left traces of impatience that clung to the glass display cases like frost. Mrs. Miller moved with efficient kindness, but Clarence sensed the exhaustion gathering around her shoulders like a heavy shawl. "The flow is wrong," Jeff observed with his characteristic precision, studying the layout with the same careful attention he brought to organizing his school supplies. "People have to reach across each other for napkins, and the line backs up near the door, where the cold air comes in." They approached Mrs. Miller with the gentle deference they had learned from Mr. Reeves, offering help rather than solutions, asking permission to rearrange rather than presuming to know what was needed. Within an hour, they had shifted the small things that made large differences. Napkins moved to the counter's end, where reaching hands wouldn't cross paths. The tip jar positioned where gratitude could be expressed without awkward stretching. A tray of cinnamon rolls that carried the warm echoes of childhood birthdays relocated to eye level, where their emotional resonance could work its quiet magic. The change was immediate and profound. Customers began to linger rather than rush, their shoulders dropping as the space itself seemed to exhale. Mrs. Miller found herself humming while she worked, and the teenage girl behind the counter, who had been carrying the particular anxiety that came from trying to please everyone while feeling perpetually behind, began to smile with genuine warmth rather than forced politeness. "I don't know what you boys did," Mrs. Miller told them a week later, "but it's as if you opened windows I didn't know we had." At Aberdale's small park, where a memorial bench sat beneath the bare winter branches, Clarence felt a different kind of need. The bench, dedicated to Ruth Ellery, who had been beloved by 3 generations of children, carried the weight of countless goodbyes, the particular sorrow of a community saying farewell to someone who had been part of its very foundation. People sat there briefly, but never lingered, as if the sadness had become too heavy to bear for long. "It needs something living," Clarence said quietly, his palm resting on the cold metal that remembered so many tears. Jeff nodded, understanding immediately. They returned the next day with a small packet of forget-me-not seeds that Mr. Reeves had quietly provided, along with a hand-painted stone that bore the simple message, "For Ruth, who taught us that love grows." They planted the seeds in a careful semicircle around the bench's base, and Jeff established a watering schedule that gave structure to what might otherwise have felt like empty ritual. As winter progressed and the first green shoots began to push through the soil, something shifted in the bench's emotional atmosphere. The weight of grief remained. Some things should be remembered rather than healed, but it was joined now by something else, a sense of continuity and hope that made the sadness bearable, even beautiful. People began to sit longer to bring their children to hear stories about the woman whose memory the bench honored, to leave small tokens of remembrance that spoke of love rather than loss. The work was not without its cost. On a particularly busy afternoon at the library, when the after-school crowd had filled every corner with the bright chaos of young voices and restless energy, Clarence felt the familiar warning signs of emotional overwhelm beginning to build. The air seemed to thicken with too many feelings layered one on top of another: excitement and frustration, joy and disappointment, the particular intensity that came when dozens of young hearts were all feeling at full volume simultaneously. Jeff, who had learned to read these moments like weather patterns, appeared at Clarence's side with quiet efficiency. "It's getting crowded in here," he said, his voice carrying just enough suggestion to provide an exit without embarrassment. They retreated to the poetry section, where the emotional echoes were gentler, filtered through decades of careful contemplation, and the particular piece that came from words chosen for beauty rather than urgency. "Count with me," Jeff said softly, beginning the rhythm they had developed for these moments. 10 slow breaths that moved from the overwhelming present back to the centered calm where Clarence's gift could function without pain. By the time they reached 0, the world had reorganized itself into manageable proportions, and Clarence felt the familiar gratitude that came from knowing he was not alone in navigating the sometimes turbulent waters of human emotion. Mr. Reeves, observing their quiet work with the approval of someone who recognized the signs of gifts being used wisely, began leaving different books on their table, stories about communities that had thrived through mutual care, biographies of people who had changed the world through accumulated small kindnesses. His grandmother's journal had taught him that healing happened not through grand gestures, but through the patient accumulation of gentle touches, and he could see that these two boys were learning that lesson in the most profound way possible. As February snow began to dust the treehouse windows and the first hints of spring stirred in the earth below, their influence had spread through Aberdale like warmth from a well-tended fire. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. People held doors a moment longer, offered second chances more readily, noticed when their neighbours seemed to be struggling. The town's emotional weather had shifted toward kindness, not through any dramatic intervention, but through the quiet work of two friends who understood that love was both a feeling and a practice, both a gift and a choice made new each day. In the gentle light of winter afternoons, surrounded by the patient wisdom of old wood and new understanding, Clarence and Jeff were learning that some callings reveal themselves not through lightning strikes of inspiration, but through the gradual recognition that your particular gifts, offered with love and guided by friendship, could help create the kind of world where everyone's heart had room to breathe a little deeper, rest a little easier, and remember that they were held by something larger and more beautiful than they had ever dared to hope. As spring's gentle warmth began to soften the last edges of winter, Clarence felt his gift settling into patterns that seemed as natural as the changing seasons themselves. The overwhelming flood of sensation that had once threatened to drown him in others' emotions had transformed into something more like learning to tune a radio. He could now choose which frequencies to receive, which stories needed his attention, and which were meant to remain private whispers in the world's vast conversation. The treehouse had become more than sanctuary. It was their quiet command center, where Jeff's careful maps of Aberdale's emotional geography spread across weathered boards alongside Clarence's growing collection of small objects that helped him practice his refined sensitivity. A smooth riverstone for grounding when feelings became too intense, a piece of sea glass that caught light and reminded him that even broken things could become beautiful, the blue ribbon with its embroidered stars that had anchored him since childhood, but now served a different purpose entirely. Jeff had begun what he called their weather report system, a gentle morning ritual where Clarence would close his eyes and let his attention drift across their small town like a lighthouse beam, noting where emotional storms were gathering and where pockets of peace might need protection. North feels restless today, Clarence might say, sensing the particular anxiety that preceded test days at school. South carries something heavy, when the nursing home held more grief than its walls could easily contain. The refinement of Clarence's abilities revealed itself in countless small ways. Where once he had felt only sadness, he could now distinguish between the sharp sting of fresh disappointment, the deep ache of long-held grief, and the bitter-sweet melancholy that came with beautiful endings. A book returned to the library wasn't simply happy, but carried the specific joy of a child who had discovered that dragons could be friends, different entirely from the quiet satisfaction of an adult who had found comfort in familiar words during a difficult time. This deeper understanding brought new responsibilities and the need for what Mr. Reeves had taught them to call gentle boundaries. Jeff had drawn a tiny door on an index card, labeling one side in and the other out, helping Clarence remember that even kindness needed limits to remain true. Some feelings asked to be witnessed, others requested privacy, and learning the difference was becoming as important as the gift itself. Their first major test of the season came when Leo Martinez joined their class mid-semester, carrying the particular weight of someone who had moved too many times to believe that belonging was possible. Clarence felt it immediately, not just shyness, but a deep, sustained loneliness that spoke of countless goodbyes, and the exhaustion that comes from always being the new person. At recess, while other children fell into established groups, Leo stood by the fence, kicking at loose gravel, his isolation so profound it seemed to create an invisible barrier around him. Jeff, reading Clarence's subtle signal, approached Leo with his characteristic methodical kindness. "Want to help us with something?" he asked, producing a worn baseball from his backpack, one that carried years of shared games and simple joy. "We're testing how the field plays after all that rain." It wasn't charity, but invitation, not rescue, but inclusion, and Clarence watched as the tight knot of Leo's loneliness began to loosen with each gentle toss of the ball. At Miller's Bakery, where the morning rush created its own emotional weather system, Clarence noticed how the arrangement of simple objects could shift entire atmospheres. The napkin dispenser positioned where customers had to reach across each other created tiny moments of irritation that accumulated like static electricity. When they quietly suggested moving it to the counter's end, Mrs. Miller agreed with the weary gratitude of someone who had felt the tension without understanding its source. The change was immediate. Customers lingered instead of rushing, conversations became gentler, and the whole space seemed to exhale. The art classroom presented a different challenge when a group mural project evolved into silent conflict, each student's vision clashing not just visually, but emotionally. Clarence felt the stubborn pride from one corner, the insecurity from another, the growing resentment that threatened to poison the entire collaborative effort. Jeff stepped in with a suggestion that honored everyone's individual contribution while creating structure for cooperation. What if we each choose a section we feel really good about, then figure out how to connect them? The shift was immediate, individual creativity flowing into harmonious collaboration as each student found space for their voice within the larger work. Learning when not to intervene proved equally important. When Sarah Chen's grandmother's music box broke during show and tell, Clarence felt the sharp grief that pierced her careful composure. But he also sensed something else, her need to sit with this loss privately, to honor her sadness without having it immediately soothed away. He offered only presence, a gentle acknowledgement that some pain was sacred and shouldn't be rushed toward healing. These experiences taught them both that their gift worked best when paired with patience and wisdom. Clarence's sensitivity to emotional currents combined with Jeff's practical understanding of human nature and his gift for creating safe structures allowed them to help in ways that honored both the seen and unseen aspects of their community's needs. They were learning to be healers in the truest sense, not through dramatic interventions, but through the patient art of creating conditions where others could heal themselves. In the treehouse's gentle embrace, surrounded by the patient wisdom of old wood and new understanding, they would debrief their days without using names, speaking instead in patterns and textures. "There was a tangle near the music room today," Clarence might say, or "the bench by the office is holding more than it should." Jeff would add these observations to his growing collection of insights, creating frameworks that helped them both understand the delicate ecosystem they were learning to tend. As spring deepened and their work continued to create subtle ripples throughout Aberdale, Clarence began to understand that his gift was evolving beyond simple sensitivity into something more like wisdom, the ability not just to feel what others felt, but to recognize what they needed and how best to offer it. With Jeff as his anchor and translator, he was learning that love was both a feeling and a practice, both a gift received and a choice made new each day with increasing grace and understanding. In the lengthening afternoons, as light filtered through the oak's expanding canopy and the town settled into its gentle rhythms below them, they were discovering that some callings reveal themselves not through lightning strikes of inspiration, but through the gradual recognition that your particular gifts, offered with love and guided by friendship, could help create the kind of world where every heart had room to breathe a little deeper and rest a little easier. Summer arrived in Aberdale like a gentle promise kept, bringing with it longer days that stretched toward evening with the unhurried pace of honey dripping from a spoon. The air carried new scents, blooming jasmine from Mrs. Henderson's garden, the sweet dust of grain fields beyond town, and something else that Clarence couldn't quite name, but felt like possibility itself. In the treehouse, where afternoon light now filtered through fuller leaves, he and Jeff had settled into the deeper rhythms of their work, their understanding of the town's emotional weather as natural now as reading the actual sky for signs of rain. It was during one of those golden afternoons, when the library felt especially peaceful, and Mr. Reeves was humming softly while reshelving poetry collections, that Clarence first noticed the shift in the building's familiar, emotional atmosphere. Someone new had entered their sanctuary, carrying with them a particular quality of attention, not the hurried browsing of someone looking for specific information, but the gentle curiosity of someone who understood that libraries were places where souls could breathe more deeply. She stood near the local history section, her fingers trailing along book spines with the kind of reverence Clarence recognized in people who knew that objects held memories. Her dark hair caught the afternoon light streaming through the tall windows, and when she moved, it was with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to find peace in quiet spaces. Clarence felt her emotional presence like a new note joining a familiar song, harmonious, complementary, adding richness without disruption. "She reads carefully," Jeff observed quietly, following Clarence's gaze with his characteristic attention to detail. Indeed, the girl had opened a volume of local folklore and was studying each page as if the words might disappear if not properly witnessed. When she finally approached the checkout desk with her selections, 3 books about small-town stories and a collection of nature poetry, Clarence felt something flutter in his chest that was entirely his own, separate from any emotional echo he might be sensing from others. Mr. Reeves, who had developed an uncanny ability to recognize when the universe was gently rearranging itself around new possibilities, made sure to mention the afternoon reading circle that met in the library's garden. "Just a few people who enjoy sharing favorite passages," he said, with the casual precision of someone who understood that the most important introductions often happened through books. "Tuesdays at 4 if you're interested." Her name was Amy. They learned the following Tuesday when she appeared in the garden carrying a well-worn notebook and the kind of quiet confidence that suggested someone comfortable with her own company. She had moved to Aberdale just weeks before, settling into the small cottage behind the old apple orchard where her grandmother had once lived. When she read aloud from her chosen passage, something about how friendship could make ordinary moments feel touched by grace, Clarence felt a recognition that went deeper than words, as if he were hearing something he had always known but never been able to express. After the reading circle dispersed, Amy lingered near the garden's edge where forget-me-nots bloomed in careful clusters. "You're the one who feels what things remember," she said to Clarence, her voice carrying not amazement or curiosity, but simple acknowledgement, as natural as commenting on the color of the evening sky. Clarence felt Jeff's protective alertness beside him, but Amy's emotional atmosphere held no threat or exploitation, only the particular understanding of someone who had learned to recognize different kinds of sensitivity. "My grandmother had something similar," she continued, settling onto the garden bench with easy grace. She could sense the emotional history in places, not specific events, but the feeling tone they held. She taught me that some people are born to help others understand what their hearts are trying to tell them. Over the following weeks, Amy became part of their expanding circle with the naturalness of a stream joining a river. Her gift complemented theirs beautifully. Where Clarence could sense emotional echoes and Jeff provided grounding wisdom, Amy had the rare ability to help people find words for feelings they had never learned to name. Her notebook became filled with gentle observations about the ways small kindnesses could shift entire atmospheres, and her presence seemed to make their work more complete somehow, as if they had been a two-part harmony that had finally found its third voice. The first time she climbed to their treehouse sanctuary, Clarence watched her hands read the emotional history, held in bark and weathered wood with the same reverence he brought to his own sensing. When she reached the platform and looked around at their carefully arranged space, the quilts that made it warm, Jeff's maps that made it purposeful, the blue ribbon that made it blessed, her understanding settled around them like a benediction. "This is where you plan the healing," she said, not asking but recognizing, her eyes taking in their collection of anchoring objects and careful notes. "Where you figure out how to help without taking away people's right to their own feelings." Their work together began to take on new dimensions. When Mrs. Patterson at the post office struggled with a grief that had no words, Amy sat with her and helped her find language for the particular sorrow that comes from outliving everyone who shared your childhood memories. When the teenagers at the community center faced anxiety about upcoming changes, Jeff created gentle structures for managing uncertainty, while Clarence offered steady presence, and Amy helped them articulate fears that felt too large to carry alone. For Clarence, Amy's presence brought experiences he had never encountered before. When she laughed, it created warmth in his chest that belonged entirely to him, unrelated to any emotional echo from the world around them. When she looked at him with eyes that seemed to see not just who he was, but who he might become, he felt something stirring that was both wonderful and bewildering in its newness, like learning that colors existed beyond the ones he had always known. The apple orchard behind Amy's cottage became a new sanctuary for their expanding friendship. The old trees, heavy with summer fruit, carried different emotional echoes than the places they usually explored, deeper, more patient, humming with the wisdom that comes from cycles of growth and rest, repeated across decades. Here, surrounded by the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet scent of ripening apples, Clarence began to understand that some feelings were meant to be experienced rather than analyzed, felt rather than understood. Jeff, with his gift for recognizing changing patterns, noticed the shift in their dynamic without jealousy or concern. Instead, he adjusted their routines with characteristic thoughtfulness, making space for new feelings to grow while maintaining the anchor of their foundational friendship. He understood, perhaps before Clarence did, that love didn't diminish when it expanded, but created new colors in the spectrum of human connection. In the tree house's gentle embrace, as summer evenings stretched long and golden around them, the three friends discovered that some gifts were meant to be shared not just with the community they served, but with each other. Amy's notebook filled with observations about how their different sensitivities wove together, Clarence's deep feeling, Jeff's grounding wisdom, her own gift for translation, creating a harmony that served their shared calling more completely than any of them could alone. As the first stars appeared beyond their window and the sounds of evening settled around them like a familiar lullaby, Clarence felt something new settling in his chest alongside the deep peace he had always associated with this place and these friendships. It was the recognition that his heart had room for many kinds of love, the steady devotion of chosen family, the gentle stirring of romantic feeling, and the profound satisfaction that came from work that mattered, all woven together into something stronger and more beautiful than any single thread could be. The blue ribbon with its embroidered stars caught the last light of day, and Clarence understood that some connections, like constellations, became more luminous when viewed together, each point of light making the others shine more brightly in the vast, gentle darkness that held them all. As autumn settled over Aberdale like a gentle hand smoothing summer's last restlessness, the friendship between Clarence, Jeff, and Amy had grown into something that felt as natural and necessary as the changing seasons themselves. Their work in the community had evolved beyond conscious planning into something more like breathing, an instinctive awareness of where kindness was needed and how their different gifts could weave together to provide it. The treehouse remained their sanctuary, but now it hummed with 3 voices instead of 2, creating harmonies that neither boy had imagined possible. Amy's presence had brought new dimensions to their understanding of connection. Where Clarence could sense the emotional echoes left in objects and places, and Jeff provided the grounding wisdom that translated feeling into action, Amy possessed the rare gift of helping people find words for emotions they had never learned to name. Her notebook had become filled with gentle observations about how small acts of witness could transform entire conversations, and her voice added a third note to their quiet symphony of care. For Clarence, Amy's companionship introduced feelings that belonged entirely to him, separate from the emotional currents he sensed from others. When she laughed, it created warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with echoes or memories, only with the present moment, and the way her joy seemed to make colors brighter. When she looked at him with eyes that saw not just who he was, but who he might become, he felt something stirring that was both wonderful and bewildering in its newness. Jeff, with his gift for recognizing changing patterns, had adjusted their routines with characteristic thoughtfulness, making space for new feelings to grow while maintaining the anchor of their foundational friendship. He understood, perhaps before Clarence did, that love didn't diminish when it expanded but created new possibilities for connection that served their shared calling more completely than any of them could manage alone. It was Mr. Reeves who first gave words to what they had all been feeling but couldn't quite name. He found them in their usual corner of the library one crisp October afternoon, surrounded by books that hummed with the contentment of being well loved. Amy's notebook opened to a page filled with insights about how patient listening could shift entire atmospheres. "I've been thinking," he said, settling into the chair beside them with the unhurried grace of someone who understood that the most important conversations often came wrapped in ordinary moments, about the nature of promises that grow so gradually we don't recognize their weight until we're already carrying them with joy. His grandmother's journal lay open in his hands, its pages yellow with age but still radiating the particular warmth that came from wisdom freely shared. She wrote about something she called the unspoken covenant, the way some friendships transcend ordinary bonds and become something closer to chosen family, bound not by blood, but by the deeper recognition that you have found the people who will help you become who you're meant to be. Clarence felt those words settle in his chest like a key finding its lock. Over the months of shared work and growing trust, something had indeed been building between them that went deeper than friendship, stronger than convenience, more lasting than the circumstances that had first brought them together. They had become witnesses to each other's growth, guardians of each other's gifts, and partners in the delicate work of tending their community's emotional well-being. That evening, as sunset painted the treehouse windows in shades of amber and rose, they found themselves speaking about things that had never needed words before. The understanding that their friendship had become something more than the sum of its parts, that their individual gifts were meant to be woven together in service of something larger, that they had found in each other the kind of love that chooses to stay not just through joy, but through whatever challenges might come. "I don't know how to say this properly," Clarence began, his voice soft in the gathering dusk. "But I feel like we've been building something together that's bigger than what any of us could create alone." Jeff reached for his hand with the gentle certainty that had anchored their friendship from the beginning. "We have," he said simply. "We've been building a family." Amy's eyes shimmered with the particular brightness that comes when someone finally finds words for a feeling they've been carrying for months. "A chosen family," she added, understanding that some bonds are more permanent than the circumstances that create them. Without formal ceremony or elaborate declaration, they made their promise to each other that night, not in words that might be forgotten, but in the deeper language of presence and understanding. The blue ribbon with its embroidered stars, which had anchored Clarence since infancy and comforted Jeff through difficult times, was carefully unknotted and rewoven into 3 shorter lengths. Each friend tied one around their wrist, not as jewelry but as reminder, not as symbol but as anchor, connecting them across whatever distances or difficulties might come. Over the following weeks, their unspoken covenant began to manifest in countless small ways. Their families embraced this deepening connection with quiet understanding, Mary setting 4 places at dinner without being asked, Amy's cottage becoming another gathering place where the deepest truths could be safely spoken. At school, their influence had become so woven into the fabric of daily life that conflicts resolved themselves more easily. Isolated students found welcoming circles, and teachers discovered their classrooms held more patience than they remembered. As the first stars appeared beyond their window and the sounds of evening settled around them like a familiar lullaby, Clarence understood that his gift had led him not just to individual healing, but to the creation of something that would outlast any single act of kindness. With Jeff's steady presence and Amy's gentle wisdom, he had found not just friends, but partners in the sacred work of tending the world's emotional weather. In the gentle light of early evening, surrounded by the patient wisdom of old wood and new understanding, they were learning that some promises don't need to be spoken to be binding. Some families don't need to be born to be real, and some love doesn't need to be explained to be eternal. The unspoken covenant had been made, and in making it, they had discovered that the deepest commitments often grow so gradually that by the time you recognize their weight, you're already carrying them with joy, like stars that guide you home through any darkness. High school arrived in Aberdale like a gentle tide that changed everything, while appearing to change nothing at all, bringing with it corridors that stretched longer than memory and air that hummed with the particular electricity of futures being quietly decided. Clarence felt the shift immediately, not just in the building's physical dimensions, but in the emotional weather that swirled through these expanded spaces like invisible currents, carrying hopes and fears in equal measure. The familiar sanctuary of their childhood library had grown into something vast and complex, its stacks now humming with the bright anxiety of students, discovering who they might become, and the deeper resonance of those already mourning who they thought they were. Where once Clarence had navigated clear emotional channels, he now found himself in an ocean of feeling. The sharp, competitive edges of academic pressure mixing with the softer currents of first loves and the turbulent undercurrents of social hierarchies he was only beginning to understand. Jeff approached this new landscape with his characteristic methodical precision, creating color-coded schedules and carefully mapped routes between classes. But Clarence could feel something different in his friend's emotional atmosphere now, a new tension that tasted like copper pennies and sleepless nights, the particular anxiety that came from sensing that the rules had changed without anyone explaining what the new ones might be. Jeff's notebook, once filled with confident observations about their community's emotional weather, now contained more questions than answers, sketches that trailed off unfinished, as if his attention had been pulled toward concerns too large to map. Amy's gift for finding words flourished in this environment, her articles for the school paper capturing the quiet heroics of custodians and cafeteria workers, the small kindnesses that made overwhelming days bearable. But even she seemed to move with more caution now, her interviews more carefully chosen, her observations filtered through an awareness that not every truth was ready for public consumption. Their work continued, but it required new subtlety. The peer mediation circles where Clarence had begun to help classmates navigate conflicts now felt different, not because the work itself had changed, but because the attention it attracted carried different weight. A guidance counselor with kind eyes began requesting his presence at more sessions, praising his natural empathy in ways that made Clarence feel both valued and exposed, like a flower suddenly moved from shade into direct sunlight. Jeff felt the shift most acutely during lunch periods, when their table near the windows became a gathering place for students who seemed drawn to their particular combination of steadiness and understanding. He watched with growing unease as their quiet influence became more visible, more commented upon, more subject to the kind of scrutiny that high school students brought to anything that stood out from the established patterns of adolescent life. "You guys are really good at this stuff," a sophomore named Maya said one Thursday, settling beside them with the grateful relief of someone who had found safe harbor. "It's like you actually listen, you know? Most people just wait for their turn to talk." Her words carried genuine appreciation, but Jeff felt something else beneath them. Curiosity sharpening into the kind of attention that could become problematic if it grew too bright. The first subtle warning came during a debate team meeting where Jeff had begun to find intellectual satisfaction in the structured argument and careful research. The team captain, a senior named Derek, whose confidence seemed to fill whatever room he entered, made an offhand comment about the feelings brigade that Jeff knew was meant to include them, though no names were mentioned. The joke earned scattered laughter, but Jeff felt its edge, the way it marked certain kinds of caring as somehow suspect or weak. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff found himself suggesting they take the longer route past the old train station, away from the groups of students who gathered near the school's main entrance. "More peaceful this way," he said, though Clarence could feel the careful tension in his friend's emotional weather, the way Jeff's protective instincts had begun to extend beyond their immediate circle toward their public presence. In the treehouse that evening, surrounded by the familiar comfort of old wood and accumulated understanding, they faced their first real discussion about the costs of visibility. Amy's notebook lay open to a page filled with observations about how their different gifts had begun to attract notice, not hostile attention, not yet, but the kind of focused interest that could easily shift toward something more dangerous. "People are starting to ask questions," Amy said quietly, her finger tracing patterns on the weathered boards. "Good questions, mostly about how we seem to know when someone needs help. But questions all the same." Jeff's jaw carried a tension that Clarence had never felt from him before, the particular weight of someone trying to protect something precious by hiding it. "Maybe we should be more careful," he said, his voice carrying the strain of someone fighting against his own instincts. "Keep the work quieter, more private." Clarence understood what Jeff wasn't saying, that their gifts, which had once seemed like simple blessings, now carried social risks he was only beginning to calculate. The easy acceptance of their childhood community was giving way to the more complex dynamics of adolescence, where difference could become target, where standing out required courage that felt increasingly expensive. The blue ribbon fragments tied around their wrists caught the evening light streaming through the treehouse windows, and Clarence felt the weight of their unspoken covenant being tested not by any failure of love, but by the growing complexity of a world that demanded choices between authenticity and acceptance, between calling and safety. As autumn deepened and the pressures of high school continued to reshape the landscape of their daily lives, they began to understand that growing up sometimes meant learning to carry precious things more carefully, to protect what mattered most, by choosing when and how to let it shine. The storm was still gathering on the horizon, but in the gentle sanctuary of their friendship, they were learning to read the changing weather and prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. In the gathering dusk, with the sounds of evening settling around them like a familiar lullaby, they held their covenant close and trusted that some bonds were strong enough to weather any storm, even as they began to understand that the testing had only just begun. The fracture that had been growing beneath the surface of their friendship finally found its moment to reveal itself on a grey December afternoon, when the hallways of Aberdale High hummed with the particular restlessness that comes before winter break. Clarence felt it building all morning, not in the familiar emotional currents he had learned to navigate, but in the careful tension that had begun to live in Jeff's shoulders, the way his friend's protective instincts had started to turn inward, creating invisible barriers around the work that had once flowed as naturally as breathing. The moment arrived during the annual winter service fair, where students gathered in the gymnasium to organize donations for local families. The space buzzed with the bright energy of good intentions, but underneath, Clarence could sense the more complex currents, the way charitable work had become another stage for social performance, where kindness was measured not just by its impact, but by how it appeared to watching eyes. Jeff moved through the organized chaos with his characteristic precision, clipboard in hand, directing the flow of donated items with the methodical care that had always been his gift. But Clarence could feel something different in his friend's emotional weather now, a hypervigilance that tasted like copper pennies, the particular anxiety of someone constantly calculating social equations he wished he didn't need to solve. Amy worked nearby, interviewing volunteers for the school paper, her gentle questions drawing out the stories behind the giving. Her presence had become a bridge between their private understanding and the public face they were learning to wear, but even she moved with new caution, choosing her subjects carefully, aware that attention could shift from positive to problematic with the wrong word or gesture. It was then that Clarence noticed Marcus Rivera, struggling in the corner near the book donations, his arms wrapped around a box that was clearly too heavy for him to manage alone. The box contained art supplies. Clarence could feel their creative potential humming like contained music, donated by Marcus himself, though he was trying to make the contribution anonymously. The emotional echo around the boys spoke of someone giving away treasures he couldn't afford to replace, hoping his sacrifice might help other young artists find their voice. The box slipped, and Marcus caught it awkwardly, his face flushing with the particular embarrassment of someone trying to do good while feeling inadequate to the task. Clarence felt the familiar pull of recognition. This was exactly the kind of moment their gifts were meant to address, when small help could prevent larger hurt, when presence could transform struggle into dignity. He stepped forward instinctively, but Jeff's hand caught his arm with surprising firmness. "Wait," Jeff said quietly, his voice carrying a new edge that made Clarence pause. "Let him figure it out himself." The words hung between them like a door suddenly closed, and Clarence felt something shift in the careful balance they had maintained for months. This wasn't Jeff's usual thoughtful caution or strategic patience. This was fear, plain and simple, fear of the attention that helping might bring, of the questions their intervention might raise. "He's struggling," Clarence said softly. watching Marcus readjust his grip on the box with hands that trembled slightly from effort and embarrassment. It would take 10 seconds to help him carry it to the table. Jeff's jaw tightened, and Clarence could feel his friend's internal conflict like storm clouds gathering. "Derek's watching," Jeff whispered, nodding toward where the debate team captain stood with several other upperclassmen, their conversation paused as they observed the small drama unfolding. "If you go over there now, if you make it look like what it is, they'll have something to say about it." The weight of that statement settled between them like a stone dropped into still water. Clarence understood what Jeff wasn't saying, that their quiet work had begun to attract notice, that their difference was becoming visible in ways that invited scrutiny, that the safety they had always taken for granted was more fragile than either had realized. But across the gymnasium, Marcus was setting the box down with visible relief, his face carefully blank in the way of someone who had learned that needing help was often seen as weakness. Clarence felt the boy's quiet resignation, the way another small disappointment was being added to a collection that was growing too heavy to carry. "I can't just watch," Clarence said, and the words carried more weight than either boy expected. "This is who I am, Jeff. This is who we are." Jeff's grip on his arm tightened for a moment, then loosened, and in that gesture Clarence felt the full measure of his friend's love and fear in equal proportion. "Please," Jeff whispered, and the word carried years of shared understanding, of protection offered and accepted, of a friendship that had weathered every storm by staying close to shore. For a heartbeat, Clarence hesitated. He felt the pull of Jeff's plea, the desire to honor the bond that had anchored him since childhood, to choose safety over service, friendship over calling. But across the room, Marcus had begun the awkward process of trying to move the box in stages, his careful pride warring with practical necessity, and Clarence felt something in his chest that wouldn't be denied. He gently freed his arm from Jeff's grasp and walked across the gymnasium floor with steady steps, aware that every eye in the room seemed to track his movement. When he reached Marcus, he didn't offer help with words. Words could be overheard, analyzed, turned into ammunition. Instead, he simply lifted one end of the box, meeting Marcus's startled gaze with a small smile that said what couldn't be spoken: "You matter, your gift matters, you don't have to carry this alone." Together they moved the box to its destination, and in the brief moment before they separated, Clarence felt Marcus's gratitude like warm light, not just for the physical assistance, but for the recognition, the dignity, the simple acknowledgement that his struggle had been seen and honored. When Clarence returned to where Jeff stood, his friend's face was carefully neutral, but the emotional atmosphere around him churned with conflicting currents, pride and fear, love and disappointment, the particular ache of watching someone you care about make a choice that feels both right and dangerous. "They noticed," Jeff said quietly. And indeed, Derek and his friends were whispering among themselves, their glances carrying the weight of judgment being formed and filed away for future use. "I know," Clarence replied, and in those two words was an acknowledgement that something had shifted between them, that the easy unity they had always shared now carried a fault line that hadn't been there before. That evening in the treehouse, surrounded by the familiar comfort of old wood and accumulated understanding, they faced their first real conversation about the cost of being true to themselves in a world that rewarded conformity. The blue ribbon fragments tied around their wrists caught the lamplight, but for the first time they felt less like symbols of connection and more like reminders of promises that were growing harder to keep. "I'm trying to protect us," Jeff said, his voice carrying the exhaustion of someone who had been fighting battles others couldn't see. I'm trying to protect what we've built, what we can do. But I can't do that if we become targets. Clarence touched the windowsill where frost was beginning to form delicate patterns, each crystal unique and fragile and beautiful. I understand, he said, and meant it. But I can't protect what we are by pretending to be something else. The space between them felt wider than it ever had, though they sat close enough to touch. Outside, Aberdale's lights twinkled in the winter darkness, each one representing someone whose life they had touched through small acts of kindness, gentle interventions, patient presence. The work that had begun in childhood wonder was growing into something that demanded adult courage, and they were discovering that sometimes the hardest choices weren't between right and wrong, but between different kinds of love. In the gentle sanctuary of their friendship, the first real crack had appeared, hairline thin but unmistakably there, running from one heart to the other like a question that couldn't yet be answered. The covenant they had made still held, but it was being tested now by forces neither had anticipated, and in the quiet that followed their careful words, they began to understand that growing up sometimes meant learning that even the strongest bonds must bend or risk breaking entirely. The winter wind whispered through the oak's bare branches, carrying with it the promise of storms yet to come. And in the treehouse that had always been their refuge, two friends who had never learned how to be separate began the difficult work of discovering whether their love was strong enough to survive the weight of being different in a world that often punished difference, even when that difference was a gift the world desperately needed. Winter settled deeper into Aberdale in the days following the service fair, and with it came a subtle shifting of the emotional weather that had always flowed so naturally between Clarence and Jeff. The change wasn't dramatic. There were no arguments, no harsh words spoken in anger, but rather a gradual cooling like the way frost forms on windows, so slowly you don't notice until the glass has become opaque, transforming familiar views into something distant and unclear. Jeff began leaving for school a few minutes earlier each morning, citing study sessions with the debate team or meetings that required his methodical preparation. Clarence would arrive at their usual window table in the library to find the space empty, the morning light falling across two chairs instead of illuminating Jeff's careful arrangement of pencils and color-coded notes. The absence felt polite, reasonable even, but it carried weight that settled in Clarence's chest like a stone he couldn't quite swallow. At lunch, their table by the windows became a place of careful choreography rather than easy gathering. Some days Jeff would appear halfway through the period, apologizing with a smile that looked practiced, his conversation focused on assignments and upcoming tournaments rather than the gentle observations about their community's emotional weather that had once filled these moments. Other days he remained across the cafeteria with Derek and the debate team, pulled into discussions about regional competitions and college applications, his laughter carrying across the room, but somehow not reaching the space where Clarence sat with his sandwich cut into familiar triangles. Amy moved between these shifting territories with the grace of someone who understood that love sometimes required becoming a bridge, even when the crossing felt precarious. She would sit with Clarence when Jeff was absent, her notebook open, but her attention focused entirely on listening to his quiet observations about the freshman who carried anxiety like a backpack too heavy for her shoulders, or the way the art room's emotional atmosphere had shifted since their collaborative mural project had found its harmony. With Jeff, she offered steady presence during debate team meetings, her questions drawing out his genuine excitement about argument and evidence, while carefully avoiding the topics that made his jaw tighten with unspoken worry. The treehouse waited for them through February's cold nights, like an old friend who keeps the light on without asking when you might return. Clarence found himself climbing the familiar ladder more often alone, carrying Mary's thermos filled with cocoa that stayed warm longer than hope sometimes did. He would sit surrounded by the quilts that still held traces of their shared comfort. Jeff's maps still pinned to the walls with their careful notations of Aberdale's emotional geography, and feel the particular ache that comes from being in a place designed for togetherness while carrying solitude. The blue ribbon fragments around their wrists had begun to show wear, not fraying but softening, the embroidered stars catching less light, as the silk adapted to the rhythm of daily life. Sometimes, when Clarence touched his ribbon during moments of uncertainty, he could almost feel the other two pieces responding across whatever distance had grown between them, like a heartbeat that continued even when the body felt disconnected from itself. It was during one of those solitary afternoons in early March, when spring was just beginning to whisper promises through winter's last resistance, that the change Clarence had been sensing crystallized into something unavoidable. Mrs. Davidson, the school counselor whose office carried the accumulated weight of 1,000 adolescent confessions, approached him after his psychology class with the kind of smile that meant opportunity was being offered, though the cost hadn't yet been calculated. "Clarence, I wonder if you might have a few minutes," she said, her voice carrying professional warmth layered over something more focused, more evaluative. "I've been observing your work in peer mediation, and I think there are some opportunities we should discuss." Jeff, gathering his books nearby, went very still in the way that meant his mind was calculating risks with lightning precision. Clarence felt his friend's alarm like electricity in the air, not panic, but the sharp attention of someone who had learned to read the social weather for signs of storms that could destroy everything you'd worked to protect. The conversation in Mrs. Davidson's office unfolded surrounded by inspirational posters and the gentle hum of institutional fluorescent lighting. She spoke about special programs for gifted students, summer camps focused on developing leadership skills, college applications that would shine with evidence of his unusual empathy and insight. Her words were meant as gifts, recognition of something valuable she had noticed, but Clarence felt them settling around him like invisible chains, expectations that required explanation, opportunities that demanded performance, praise that would inevitably draw the kind of attention Jeff had been working so carefully to avoid. "You have something truly special," Mrs. Davidson said, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who believed they were offering salvation. "A natural ability to understand what others are feeling, to help them process difficult emotions. With proper development and the right opportunities, you could make this gift serve far more people than just our small school community." Walking home that afternoon, Jeff's silence carried more weight than any conversation they had ever shared. Clarence felt his friend's emotional weather churning with currents that pulled in opposite directions, pride at the recognition warring with terror at its implications, love for Clarence's gift tangled with fear of what visibility might cost them both. When Jeff finally spoke, his voice was tight with the kind of controlled fear that came from seeing beloved things threatened by forces beyond your ability to control. "She wants to study you," he said, the words careful as someone crossing ice they weren't sure would hold. "Turn what you do into some kind of program, something measurable that other people can understand and replicate and manage." They paused at the corner where Maple Street met the older part of town, where Mrs. Henderson's garden waited beneath winter's blanket, and the familiar rhythms of home continued their patient cycles. Clarence touched the blue ribbon around his wrist, feeling its familiar comfort, even as he began to understand that the simple magic of their childhood was being pulled into territory none of them had learned to navigate. "Maybe that would help more people," he said quietly, though the words felt strange in his mouth, like speaking a language he was still learning. Maybe if there were programs, systems that could... No! Jeff's interruption carried a finality that made the afternoon air seem thinner. You don't understand what happens when people like us become visible to people like her. When what we do stops being something we choose and becomes something they want to measure and develop and turn into their version of helpful. The weight of that statement settled between them like a door closing, and Clarence felt something shift in the careful balance they had maintained for months. In Jeff's eyes, he saw not just fear, but a growing certainty that their quiet work was being threatened by recognition they had never sought, attention that could transform their gifts from blessings into burdens. That evening, Amy found them both in the treehouse without planning, drawn by the same instinct that had always guided their most important gatherings. The space felt different now, not like sanctuary, but like a place where difficult truths were finally demanding to be spoken. She sat between them, her notebook closed because some conversations were too sacred for documentation, her presence both comfort and witness to whatever was about to unfold. "I'm scared," Jeff said finally, the admission costing him visibly. "I'm scared of what happens to us when they decide you're special in ways that need to be documented and developed and turned into something bigger than what we are." The blue ribbon fragments around their wrists caught the lamplight streaming through the treehouse windows, and in that gentle glow, Clarence began to understand that they had reached a crossroads that couldn't be navigated by their usual methods of patient compromise and gentle understanding. One path led toward recognition, programs, and the kind of work that could help many people but would inevitably change everything about their quiet partnership. The other led toward protection, privacy, and the preservation of what they had built together, but at the cost of limiting what his gift might become. Outside, winter was slowly releasing its hold on Aberdale, and in the distance they could hear the first spring peepers beginning their ancient chorus. But in the treehouse that had always been their refuge, three friends who had never learned how to disagree about things that mattered were discovering that sometimes growing up meant facing choices that had no perfect answers, only different kinds of courage and different prices to be paid for staying true to who you were called to become. The assembly that Mrs. Davidson had orchestrated arrived like a storm system Clarence could feel building for days, its approach marked by the subtle shifts in the school's emotional weather that only he seemed able to read. Wellness Week had transformed Aberdale High into something that felt both familiar and foreign. The same hallways now decorated with posters about mindfulness and resilience. The same cafeteria hosting lunchtime workshops on stress management. The same gymnasium preparing to showcase what Mrs. Davidson had begun calling student voices for healing. Jeff moved through these preparations with the careful precision of someone navigating a minefield, his notebook filled not with their usual observations about emotional currents, but with contingency plans, escape routes, and the kind of detailed scheduling that came from trying to control outcomes that felt increasingly beyond his influence. Clarence could feel his friend's anxiety like electricity in the air, not the familiar worry that came with everyday challenges, but something sharper, more desperate, the particular fear of someone watching something precious being pulled into territory where protection became impossible. The morning of the assembly, Aberdale's spring light streamed through the gymnasium windows with the kind of clarity that made everything look newly washed, but Clarence felt the weight of what was coming settle in his chest like a stone. He sat in the chair Mrs. Davidson had positioned at the edge of the stage, watching students file into the bleachers with the restless energy of teenagers required to attend something they hadn't chosen. Their collective emotional atmosphere, a complex symphony of boredom, curiosity, and the particular anticipation that came when someone was about to be put on display. From his elevated position, he could see Jeff standing with the debate team near the gymnasium's double doors, his blazer perfectly pressed, his posture carrying the rigid control of someone holding himself together through sheer force of will. Amy sat in the front row of bleachers, her notebook closed, her attention entirely focused on him with the steady presence that had become one of his anchors in an increasingly uncertain world. When Mrs. Davidson introduced him with words like remarkable gift and natural empathy, Clarence felt the shift in the room's attention, like heat from a suddenly opened oven. He approached the podium not with confidence, but with the careful calm he had learned to cultivate when the world became too bright, too loud, too full of expectations he wasn't sure he could meet. He spoke simply, as he had planned, about noticing the emotional weather in rooms before trying to change it, about the way certain objects could carry comfort because love had touched them repeatedly, about the blue ribbon on his wrist and how small rituals could anchor you when everything else felt uncertain. For a few minutes, the gymnasium's chaotic energy settled into something that felt like listening, and Clarence began to hope that perhaps this exposure wouldn't destroy what they had so carefully protected. Then Leo Martinez, sitting 3 rows up in the bleachers, began to fold in on himself like a flower closing against harsh light. Clarence felt it immediately, the sharp spike of panic that preceded a full anxiety attack, the way Leo's breathing was becoming shallow and rapid, the particular terror that came when your body betrayed you in front of everyone who mattered. Someone in the row behind Leo had made a careless comment about drama queens and attention seekers, and the words had struck Leo's already fragile composure like stones thrown at glass. Clarence left the podium without conscious decision, his feet carrying him down the stage steps and through the seated crowd with the same instinctive certainty that had always guided his responses to others' pain. He didn't think about the hundreds of eyes tracking his movement, didn't calculate the social cost of what he was about to do. He simply moved toward the place where someone was drowning in plain sight, his hand already reaching for the blue ribbon that had anchored him since childhood. "Clarence, stop." Jeff's voice cut across the gymnasium with desperate authority, carrying clearly enough that conversations paused and heads turned. "You're making it worse. Just let the counselor handle it." The words hit like a physical blow, not because they were cruel, but because they came from the one person who had always understood that some moments required response, not protocol. Clarence paused halfway up the bleacher steps, his hand still extended toward Leo, who was now openly struggling to breathe, his face flushed with the particular shame that came from having your private battles become public spectacle. "Please," Jeff continued, his voice carrying the weight of months of accumulated fear. This isn't what we do anymore." In that moment, surrounded by the suddenly electric attention of 300 students and faculty, Clarence understood that Jeff was asking him to choose between his calling and their safety, between authenticity and acceptance, between the gift that defined him and the friendship that had sustained him. The blue ribbon felt impossibly heavy in his hand, its embroidered stars catching the gymnasium lights like tiny accusations. He made his choice by continuing up the steps, settling beside Leo with the quiet presence he had learned from Mr. Reeves offering the ribbon not as cure, but as anchor, while Leo's breathing slowly found its rhythm again. Mrs. Davidson appeared with professional efficiency, her trained responses taking over where Clarence's instinctive ones had begun, but by then the damage was done. The room's energy had shifted from curiosity to something more complex, whispers that carried words like weird and show-off and attention-seeker, the particular cruelty of adolescents who had witnessed something they didn't understand and chose mockery over mystery. Derek Morrison's voice rose above the others with calculated precision. "Guess we know who the real drama queen is." When Clarence finally returned to the stage, he felt the weight of every stare, every whispered comment, every sideways glance that would follow him through the remaining weeks of his junior year. But it was Jeff's face that broke his heart, pale with the horror of watching his worst fears realized, tight with the particular anguish of someone who had tried to prevent disaster and instead had been forced to contribute to it. The assembly continued because institutional momentum demanded it, but Clarence barely heard the words that followed. He sat in his chair at the edge of the stage, the blue ribbon's absence from his wrist making the world feel unmoored, and watched Jeff disappear through the gymnasium doors before the final applause had ended. That afternoon, the treehouse waited for them with its usual patient welcome, but only Clarence climbed the familiar ladder. He sat surrounded by Jeff's careful maps and Amy's gentle observations, feeling the particular ache that comes from being in a space designed for togetherness while carrying solitude. The blue ribbon was with Leo now, serving its purpose in someone else's storm, but its absence felt like a severed connection to everything that had once felt certain. When Amy found him there as evening painted the windows gold, she didn't offer explanations or comfort, just presence. "He's scared," she said finally, settling beside him on the quilt that still held traces of their shared warmth. "Not of you. Of what happens when the light that finds you spills over onto everyone you love." Clarence nodded, understanding, but unable to forgive, at least not yet. Below them, Aberdale continued its gentle rhythms, lights coming on in familiar windows, families gathering around dinner tables, the ordinary magic of a community that had no idea how carefully it had been tended by two friends who were learning that growing up sometimes meant discovering that even the strongest bonds could fracture under pressure they had never learned to anticipate. In the gathering darkness, with the sounds of evening settling around them like a familiar lullaby, Clarence felt something fundamental shift in his understanding of what it meant to carry a gift in a world that often punished difference. The covenant he and Jeff had made still existed, but it was wounded now, perhaps beyond repair. And in the quiet sanctuary of their childhood, he began to learn the particular grief that comes from losing not just a friend, but the version of yourself that had only existed in their shared understanding. The days following the assembly settled over Aberdale High, like the particular quiet that comes after something precious has been broken, not the sharp silence of sudden loss, but the deeper hush of understanding that what had shattered couldn't be easily mended. Clarence moved through the familiar corridors with a new awareness of visibility, feeling the weight of glances that lingered a moment too long, conversations that paused when he passed, the particular attention that came from being marked as someone worth watching, though not necessarily in ways that felt comfortable or kind. Jeff's absence from their usual spaces created a geography of avoidance that both boys navigated with careful precision. The library table by the windows remained empty during their traditional meeting times, its surface catching afternoon light that illuminated two chairs instead of Jeff's methodical arrangement of color-coded notes and perfectly sharpened pencils. The oak tree at the edge of the playground stood solitary during lunch periods, its patient shade no longer sheltering shared sandwiches and gentle observations about the world's emotional weather. They moved through the same building, breathed the same air, shared the same classes, but existed in parallel universes that occasionally glimpsed each other across distances that felt both tiny and insurmountable. When their paths crossed in hallways or doorways, Jeff would nod with careful politeness, his jaw carrying the tension of someone holding himself together through sheer force of will. Clarence would respond with equal courtesy, though he could feel the particular ache that came from treating someone like an acquaintance when your heart still carried the muscle memory of chosen family. Amy became the bridge between these separate worlds, moving with the grace of someone who understood that love sometimes required becoming a translator between languages that had grown foreign to each other. She would sit with Clarence during lunch, her notebook filled not with observations about their community's emotional weather, but with careful sketches of how isolation could transform even familiar spaces into foreign territory. Her presence offered steady comfort, though it couldn't fill the specific void left by Jeff's grounding wisdom and methodical mind. "He misses you," she would tell Clarence during their quiet conversations in the poetry section, where books hummed with the accumulated wisdom of people who had learned to find beauty in difficult truths. "He keeps looking toward the places you used to be, like muscle memory that hasn't learned to stop reaching for something that's no longer there." With Jeff, she attended debate team meetings where his arguments had gained a sharp edge that cut through opposition with surgical precision, his mind channeling its protective instincts into intellectual territory where control felt possible. His laughter, when it came, sounded different now, louder perhaps, and less rooted, as if he were trying to convince himself of something as much as he was trying to convince others. She could see the underlying currents of anxiety that churned beneath his carefully constructed composure, the particular exhaustion that came from constantly performing a version of yourself that felt safe but not entirely true. The treehouse waited through spring evenings with the patient sadness of a place designed for togetherness, but occupied by solitude. Clarence would sometimes walk past its base, feeling the gentle pull of its familiar comfort, but he never climbed the ladder. The space felt too hollow without Jeff's presence, too painful a reminder of maps that still covered the walls with their careful notations, quilts that still held traces of shared warmth, and blue ribbon fragments that had once symbolized an unbreakable covenant. Mrs. Davidson's programs and opportunities still waited for Clarence's response, their promise of broader impact shadowed by everything he had already lost in service of being visible. The pressure was subtle but constant. Gentle reminders in the hallway, encouraging emails that spoke of summer camps and special programs, the particular weight of adult expectations that assumed gratitude for recognition he had never sought. It was during one of those late April afternoons, when the library felt especially peaceful and spring light painted everything in shades of possibility, that Clarence made the decision that would reshape everything. He sat in their old corner, surrounded by books that whispered stories of courage and choice, and felt something settle in his chest that was both ending and beginning. The letter to Mrs. Davidson was the easiest to write, polite but final, declining her offers with gratitude for her recognition but clarity about his choice. He understood now that his gift was meant to be offered freely or not at all, that the moment it became obligation rather than calling, it would transform into something else entirely. Still useful perhaps, but no longer true to the source from which it flowed. The letter to Amy took longer, filled with gratitude for her role as bridge between worlds when bridges felt impossible to build, for carrying love across distances that seemed too wide to span. He wrote about understanding that some friendships survived by adapting, by finding new shapes that honored what remained even when the original form had been broken. The third letter was the hardest, addressed to Jeff with words that had been gathering in his heart for weeks, like sediment settling at the bottom of a clear stream. He wrote about understanding fear without accepting betrayal, about the difference between protecting something precious and denying its essential nature. He wrote about forgiveness being a choice that couldn't be rushed but might someday be possible, about the treehouse waiting for 3 voices instead of 1, about blue ribbons and unspoken covenants and the particular grief that came from losing not just a friend, but the version of yourself that had only existed in their shared understanding. He left Jeff's letter in the hollow of the old oak tree where they had first shared sandwiches as children, weighted down with a smooth stone from the creek that ran past their forgotten corners of town. The gesture felt both like an ending and an invitation. A door gently closed but not locked. A bridge folded but not destroyed. Walking home through Aberdale's gentle streets, past windows where families gathered around dinner tables, and the library where Mr. Reeves was closing up for the evening, Clarence felt something he hadn't experienced since childhood, the profound quiet that came from being entirely alone with his gift. Not performing it for others or protecting it from scrutiny, simply carrying it like a candle flame cupped in careful hands. In his room that night, surrounded by objects that carried the accumulated comfort of a life lived with attention to small beauties, Clarence understood that sometimes growing up meant learning to walk alone for a while, not as punishment or exile, but as necessary preparation for whatever came next. The covenant he had made with Jeff and Amy still existed somewhere beyond the current fracture, waiting patiently like seeds planted in winter soil, ready to grow when the season was right and the ground had been prepared by whatever wisdom solitude might teach. Outside his window, the first stars appeared above Aberdale's peaceful rooftops, and in their distant light he began to understand that some bonds were strong enough to bend without breaking, to weather storms without losing their essential truth, to grow stronger in the places where they had once been wounded by the simple courage to keep choosing love even when love required letting go. Sleep came easily that night, carrying with it dreams of apple blossoms and forgotten train stations, of blue ribbons that connected hearts across any distance, and of friendships that might someday learn that the deepest commitments often survived their greatest tests not through resistance, but through the patient faith that what was meant to endure would find its way back to wholeness when both hearts were ready to receive it. Summer arrived in Aberdale like a gentle exhale, bringing with it the particular stillness that comes after storms have passed and the air has cleared enough to see what remains. Standing. The high school corridors lay empty now, their emotional weather settled into the peaceful quiet of spaces temporarily released from their usual intensity, and Clarence found himself moving through these months with a different rhythm, slower, more contemplative, like someone learning to walk again after a long convalescence. The morning after he had left his letters, the world did what it always did. It kept moving with gentle insistence, as if to remind him that private earthquakes did not trouble the sidewalks or stop the sun from carrying light through kitchen windows. Clarence made tea in Mary's small kitchen, the kettle's soft rattle and hiss sounding like an old lullaby, and stood with his palms against the warm ceramic, letting himself feel the quiet in the house, not as emptiness now, but as space that might someday be filled again with something truer. The library became his primary refuge during these quiet months, its familiar corners offering the same comfort they always had, but now with a different quality of solitude. Mr. Reeves, whose understanding had deepened over the years they had known each other, seemed to sense that this was a season for different kinds of learning. He moved more slowly than he used to, not in a way that announced itself, just in the way a page takes a split second longer to turn when the story is good and you are reluctant to rush it. Sometimes Clarence would notice the older man pause between tasks, his hand resting on the circulation desk as if gathering strength, and feel something flutter in his chest that tasted like approaching change. "The gift comes in seasons," Mr. Reeves said one afternoon, sliding his grandmother's leather journal across their familiar table. "Sometimes it needs community to flourish, and sometimes it needs solitude to deepen." Both are necessary for the full flowering. The journal's yellowed pages held decades of careful observations about the emotional weather of the world, but also something else, the particular wisdom that came from understanding that some gifts required seasons of isolation to mature, like wine that needed darkness and time to reach its full complexity. Clarence read about the grandmother's own period of retreat, when her sensitivity had grown so acute that she had stepped back from community for nearly 2 years, learning to distinguish between what belonged to her and what she was simply witnessing. In this solitude, Clarence discovered changes in his relationship with his gift that surprised him with their subtlety and depth. Where once he had felt like a radio receiver constantly tuned to others' emotional frequencies, he now experienced something more selective, more conscious, as if he had learned to adjust the volume and focus on what truly needed his attention while allowing the rest to exist as background music rather than overwhelming symphony. Walking through Miller's bakery, he could still sense the emotional weather that swirled around the morning rush, but it no longer demanded his immediate intervention. He could appreciate Mrs. Miller's satisfaction with a particularly successful batch of cinnamon rolls without feeling compelled to enhance it, could notice a customer's mild frustration with the line without needing to solve it. His gift had become less about constant response and more about deep witnessing, seeing and honoring the full spectrum of human feeling without taking responsibility for managing it all. The old train station became his new sanctuary, its weathered boards and empty platforms humming with the bittersweet echoes of 1,000 hellos and goodbyes. Here, surrounded by the patient wisdom of abandoned places, Clarence found strength in simply bearing witness to the passage of time and the endless cycles of human connection and separation. He would sit on the platform's edge, legs swinging like a child's, and feel the deep, steady pulse of the earth beneath him, a reminder that some things remained constant even when everything else felt in flux. It was during one of these afternoon visits in late July that he noticed a loose board near the platform's edge. Something about its emotional resonance felt different, more intentional than the general melancholy of abandonment. When he lifted it carefully, he found a small space beneath, and within it, an old tin box that hummed with familiar energy. Inside, arranged with characteristic precision, lay a collection of smooth pebbles organized by size and color, a hand-drawn map showing the exact location of their treehouse, and a folded piece of paper with Jeff's careful handwriting for safekeeping. The objects carried Jeff's particular emotional signature, the satisfaction of order, the quiet joy of discovery, the enduring comfort of small, tangible things that made sense in a world that often didn't. Clarence understood then that Jeff hadn't abandoned their shared history, hadn't erased the memories of their partnership. He had simply tucked them away, preserved against whatever storms might come, in a place only Clarence would think to look. It was a message whispered across the chasm of their separation, evidence that some bonds existed beyond their current expression, waiting patiently for whatever form they might take when the time was right. Meanwhile, Jeff navigated his summer with the methodical precision of someone trying to build something new from the pieces of what had been broken. He worked at his father's law office, filing documents and learning about systems that protected people through structure rather than intuition. The work suited his need for order, his desire to channel protective instincts into something that felt constructive. But Clarence could still sense the echoes of his friend's inner weather, regret softening the sharp edges of fear, loneliness creating space where anger used to live. Amy moved between these separate worlds with the grace of someone who understood that love sometimes required becoming a bridge, even when the crossing felt precarious. She would visit Clarence at the train station, bringing thermos of iced tea and books of poetry that spoke of resilience and the quiet wisdom of waiting. With Jeff, she attended community events where his arguments had gained a different quality. Still precise, but tempered now with something that might have been humility, as if he were learning to hold his certainties more lightly. "He keeps a letter in his blazer pocket," she told Clarence one evening, as fireflies began their ancient dance above the creek. "I don't know what it says, but sometimes he touches it like people touch prayer beads, like he's trying to remember something important." As August deepened and the first hints of autumn began to whisper through the trees, Clarence felt something settling in his chest that was both ending and beginning. The solitude had taught him that strength and service weren't the same thing, that his gift was most powerful when offered freely rather than compulsively, and that sometimes the greatest kindness was knowing when to step back and allow others the dignity of navigating their own difficulties. He didn't take Jeff's treasures from their hiding place, simply replaced the loose board and left them exactly as he had found them. But the discovery had shifted something fundamental, replacing the ache of loss with the quiet warmth of recognition. Their friendship hadn't been destroyed, it had been transformed, stretched perhaps to its limits but not beyond them, waiting like seeds planted in winter soil for the right season to grow again. In his room that night, Clarence touched the blue ribbon around his wrist, feeling its soft silk against his skin. The fragment had continued to soften with wear, its embroidered stars now more suggestion than definition, like constellations viewed through morning mist. But it still carried the weight of promises made in childhood, still connected him across whatever distances had grown between them to the other two pieces, worn by hearts that remembered what it meant to choose each other as family. Outside his window, Aberdale's lights twinkled in their familiar patterns. Families gathering around dinner tables, the library closing for the evening, the gentle rhythms of a community that continued its patient cycles, whether or not anyone was actively tending its emotional weather. In the quiet sanctuary of his own heart, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of a summer spent in contemplation, Clarence understood that he was learning to be complete unto himself, not as preparation for isolation, but as foundation for whatever connections might grow when the season was right, and all hearts involved had learned to honor both togetherness and independence as essential aspects of love. The covenant he had made with Jeff and Amy still existed somewhere beyond the current fracture, waiting patiently like the treasures hidden beneath weathered boards ready to emerge when two friends, who had never learned how to be separate, had finally learned how to be whole alone, and could choose each other again, not from need, but from the deeper recognition that some bonds, like the invisible threads that connected his gift to the world, never truly broke. They simply stretched, sometimes to their limits, always holding, always waiting for the moment when love remembered its way home. September arrived in Aberdale like a gentle reminder that some seasons require different kinds of courage, bringing with it the particular light that comes when summer begins its slow surrender to whatever wisdom autumn might offer. The air carried new scents, the first hint of wood smoke from chimneys being awakened, the sweet dust of grain fields beyond town, and something else that Clarence couldn't quite name, but felt like possibility itself, touched with the bittersweet understanding that some changes, once begun, could not be undone. The library had become his primary sanctuary during these quiet weeks, its familiar corners offering the same comfort they always had, but now with a different quality of solitude. Mr. Reeves moved through the stacks with his characteristic patience, but Clarence noticed subtle changes, the way the older man would pause at the top of the stairs, his hand resting briefly on the banister, as if listening for something only he could hear, the gentle deliberation that had crept into his movements, as if each gesture required deeper consideration than it once had. It was during one of those golden afternoons when dust motes drifted through slanted light like tiny messengers carrying news between worlds, that Mr. Reeves approached Clarence with his grandmother's leather journal held like a bridge between past and present. The librarian settled into the chair beside him with a soft exhale that seemed to carry the accumulated weight of decades spent tending other people's stories. "There's a season," Mr. Reeves said, his voice carrying its usual kindness, threaded now with something more fragile. "When the best way to honor what you love is to give it room to breathe. You've done that beautifully, Clarence. But now, another season is calling, and it requires a different kind of courage entirely." He opened the journal to pages Clarence had never seen before, revealing entries written in careful script that documented observations about the nature of bonds that bend without breaking. "My grandmother wrote about the difference between friendships that simply exist and those that truly endure. The latter, she believed, was a choice made and remade, especially after the inevitable storms that test every connection worth preserving." The afternoon light painted everything in shades of amber and possibility as Mr. Reeves shared wisdom that had been accumulating for generations. He spoke of forgiveness not as a single act of will, but as a garden that required patient tending, of the courage needed to build bridges when you weren't certain the other side was ready to receive them, of the particular strength that came from choosing to go first, when pride suggested waiting for the other person to make the initial gesture. "When people wound each other," he continued, his finger tracing words written in faded ink, "it's often not from malice, but from fear. Fear of losing something precious, fear of being seen too clearly, fear of what change might bring. The truest test of love isn't whether it avoids these wounds, but whether it finds ways to heal them, to see beyond the moment of hurt to the heart that's still there, still caring, still hoping for reconnection." As if drawn by the conversation itself, Amy appeared in the poetry section, her notebook closed, her attention entirely focused on the quiet wisdom being shared between them. She settled beside Clarence with the natural grace that had always marked her presence, and he felt something shift in the emotional weather of their small circle, not completion exactly, but the recognition that some conversations required exactly the right witnesses to help carry their weight. "I felt you needed to be here," she said simply, her eyes moving between Clarence and Mr. Reeves, with the understanding that came from learning to trust intuition over explanation. Like there was something important happening that shouldn't be carried alone. Mr. Reeves smiled with the particular warmth that came from seeing patterns align themselves in ways that confirmed his deepest beliefs about how healing worked. "Amy, I was hoping you would come. Some wisdom is meant to be shared, and some bridges require more than one person to build properly." He turned to a page that held a pressed autumn leaf, its colors still vibrant despite its age, and beneath it, words written in his grandmother's careful hand. "The heart finds crossings when pride steps aside." She learned that the strongest connections often grow in the places where they've been tested, where they've had to choose themselves again after being stretched to what felt like their limits. As evening painted the library windows in shades of rose and gold, Clarence felt something settling in his chest that was both ending and beginning. The solitude had taught him valuable lessons about strength and independence, but Mr. Reeves was helping him understand that some gifts were meant to be shared, some burdens were lighter when carried together, and some friendships were worth the vulnerable work of rebuilding, even when the outcome couldn't be guaranteed. "What if the bridge isn't welcome?" Clarence asked, the words arriving before he had fully decided to voice them. "What if going first only pushes the other side further away?" "Then you'll know without guesswork," Mr. Reeves replied, his voice carrying no hesitation, only kindness. "And you'll have the gift of clean grief instead of the kind that gnaws at you with what-ifs. But most of the Time, he added, his eyes holding the distant wisdom of someone who had learned these lessons through living them. Most of the time the ground on both sides is waiting for that first footstep, that first gesture of faith that says some connections are worth fighting for. The blue ribbon around Clarence's wrist seemed to warm against his skin as understanding dawned, not just about forgiveness or friendship, but about the nature of his gift itself. His ability to feel the emotional echoes of the world had taught him much about witnessing and understanding, but true healing required more than observation. It required the courage to act, to reach out, to offer the first gesture of reconnection, even when your own heart still carried tender places. As they prepared to leave the library that evening, Mr. Reeves placed a gentle hand on Clarence's shoulder. "My grandmother always said that some people are like old books. You might find them dusty on the shelf, their covers worn, perhaps even a page or two missing. But if you take the time to open them, to read their stories with patience and care, you'll discover wisdom and beauty that new books haven't yet had the chance to gather." Walking home through Aberdale's gentle streets, past windows where families gathered around dinner tables and the first stars appeared above familiar rooftops, Clarence felt the particular clarity that comes when scattered pieces finally arrange themselves into a recognizable pattern. The summer of solitude hadn't been punishment or exile, it had been preparation, teaching him to be complete within himself so that he could choose connection not from need, but from the deeper recognition that some bonds were worth whatever courage their preservation required. That night, in his small room where moonlight painted the familiar in softer edges, Clarence touched the blue ribbon around his wrist and felt its gentle response, not just as anchor now, but as reminder of promises that transcended their current expression, waiting patiently for the moment when two friends who had learned to be separate might choose each other again, not from the desperate need of childhood, but from the mature understanding that some love was strong enough to survive its own testing and emerge transformed into something even more beautiful than what it had been before. Outside his window, the last train of the evening sighed its way past the edge of town, and in its familiar rhythm, Clarence heard something that might have been invitation, might have been encouragement, might have been the simple reminder that some journeys, like some friendships, sometimes required the courage to take the first step into uncertain territory, trusting that the path would reveal itself as you walked it, one gentle footfall at a time. The morning after Mr. Reeves had pressed his grandmother's journal into Clarence's hands. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what courage might look like when it finally found its voice. Clarence woke with the particular clarity that comes not from sudden revelation, but from the gradual recognition that some seasons require different kinds of bravery, and that the time for waiting had quietly transformed into the time for reaching across whatever distances fear had created. The call came while he was making tea in Mary's kitchen, the kettle's gentle whistle harmonizing with the soft morning light that painted everything in shades of possibility. Mary lifted the phone with the unhurried grace she brought to all of life's unexpected moments, listened with the kind of attention that absorbed not just words, but the emotional weather they carried, and when she turned toward him, her eyes held the particular gentleness reserved for moments when the heart must choose between safety and service. "It's Jeff's father," she said, her voice carrying no urgency, but plenty of weight. "Jeff's mother collapsed at work yesterday evening. They're at regional hospital, exhaustion and dehydration, but they're keeping her for observation. He didn't ask for anything specific." Her pause held volumes. But sometimes what people need most is what they can't bring themselves to request. Clarence set down his mug without conscious thought, feeling something shift in his chest, like a door that had been carefully locked, suddenly remembering how to open. He didn't calculate the social mathematics of their separation or weigh the potential for rejection against the possibility of healing. He simply felt the pull of recognition that some bonds transcended their current expression, that love sometimes required the courage to go first, to offer presence before permission had been granted. "I'm going," he said, and the words felt as natural as breathing, as inevitable as sunrise. Mary moved with quiet efficiency, packing the kind of care that travelled well. Sandwiches wrapped in wax paper that whispered stories of countless shared lunches, the good thermos filled with tea that tasted of cinnamon and patience, a soft sweater that had absorbed years of kitchen conversations, and gentle comfort. At the last moment, Clarence reached into the small drawer where he kept precious things and retrieved a second blue ribbon fragment, one he had saved since childhood, its embroidered stars still bright with possibility. The drive to regional hospital carried him through landscapes that seemed newly defined in the morning light, familiar fields and farmhouses that had witnessed their childhood explorations, the old train tracks that still hummed with echoes of journeys begun and completed. The emotional weather around him felt different than it had in months, not the careful neutrality he had cultivated during his season of solitude, but something more open, more willing to be affected by what he might find. The hospital's corridors carried their own particular atmosphere, bright with fluorescent efficiency, but softened by the accumulated presence of people who had learned to wait with grace, to hope without guarantees, to offer comfort in spaces where control was largely illusion. Clarence felt the familiar hum of his gift responding to the emotional currents that flowed through these halls, but it felt different now, less overwhelming and more selective, as if his summer of contemplation had taught him to tune in to what truly needed his attention while allowing the rest to simply exist as part of the world's vast, complex symphony. He found Jeff in the family waiting area, sitting in a vinyl chair that had absorbed countless vigils, his usually immaculate appearance softened by exhaustion and worry. Jeff's hands held a paper cup of coffee that had clearly grown cold hours ago, his attention fixed on a television that delivered muted news about a world that felt entirely separate from the one that mattered in this moment. When their eyes met across the space, Clarence felt something fundamental shift in the emotional weather between them. Not resolution exactly, but recognition that some situations were larger than personal wounds, some needs more urgent than the careful distances they had maintained. For a heartbeat, they simply looked at each other, and Clarence could feel Jeff's internal struggle like electricity in the air, surprise and relief, warring with uncertainty, gratitude battling against the habit of self-protection that had kept him safe but separate for so many months. When Jeff finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of everything they hadn't said, everything that had been carefully preserved beneath layers of hurt and fear. "I didn't know how to call you," Jeff said quietly, the admission costing him visibly. "I wanted to, but I didn't know if you'd want to come." Clarence settled into the chair beside him with the patient presence Mr. Reeves had taught him, understanding that some conversations couldn't be rushed toward resolution but had to unfold in their own time, like flowers that opened only when the light was right. "You didn't have to call," he replied, his voice carrying the gentle certainty of someone who had learned that love was both a feeling and a choice, both a gift received and a decision made new each moment. "I would have come anyway." He set the care package on the small table between them, not as grand gesture, but as simple offering, the kind of practical kindness that said more than elaborate apologies ever could. The thermos cap made a soft sound as it opened, releasing steam that carried the scent of home and the accumulated comfort of countless shared afternoons. Jeff's hands shook slightly as he reached for the warm cup, and Clarence steadied it without comment, understanding that some help was best offered without drawing attention to the need. They sat in the comfortable quiet they had once shared so naturally, eating sandwiches that tasted of forgiveness and possibility, while the hospital continued its gentle rhythms around them. When the doctor appeared with updates, stable condition, good response to treatment, likely discharge in the morning, Jeff's shoulders dropped a fraction, allowing breath to find its way back into spaces that had been held tight with worry. "She's been trying to do too much," Jeff said as they walked the corridor together, his words coming slowly as if he were relearning a language he had once spoken fluently. 2 houses, 2 schedules, trying to make everything feel normal when nothing feels normal anymore. He paused, his jaw working with the effort of finding words for feelings that had been carefully contained for months. "I keep thinking if I could just organize it better, create the right systems, maybe I could fix what can't actually be fixed." Clarence listened, with the deep attention that had always been his gift, not just to the words, but to the emotional currents beneath them. Jeff's exhaustion with trying to control the uncontrollable, his fear that accepting help might mean admitting failure, his profound relief at not having to carry this burden entirely alone. The blue ribbon around Clarence's wrist seemed to warm against his skin, and he understood that forgiveness wasn't a single act of will, but a garden that required patient tending, daily choices to water what wanted to grow. "Some things can't be organized into making sense," Clarence said gently, his voice carrying no judgment, only the recognition that came from learning to live with mystery and uncertainty. "Sometimes the best we can do is show up for each other while the world rearranges itself around us." As evening painted the hospital windows in shades of rose and gold, they found themselves in the gift shop, selecting flowers that carried the right emotional resonance, not the bright celebration of roses, but the gentle encouragement of daisies, the quiet hope of baby's breath. Jeff moved with some of his old precision, but it was softer now, less desperate, as if he were beginning to remember that care could be offered without requiring perfection. "I read your letter," Jeff said quietly, as they waited for the elevator, his voice barely audible above the soft hum of hospital machinery. "I went to the oak tree. I found—" He paused, his hand moving unconsciously to his jacket pocket where Clarence could sense the folded presence of words that had been carried and reread until their edges had softened. "I understand why you had to choose the way you did." At the assembly, with Leo. The elevator arrived with a gentle chime, and they stepped inside together, the small space holding them in temporary isolation from the world's larger complexities. "I was so afraid," Jeff continued, his reflection caught in the polished steel doors, "afraid of losing what we had built, afraid of being seen as different in ways that might make us targets. I thought if I could just keep us invisible enough, safe enough." He exhaled slowly, the sound carrying years of accumulated tension. "But I ended up losing it anyway, didn't I? By trying so hard to protect it." Clarence reached into his pocket and found the second blue ribbon fragment, placing it gently in Jeff's palm. The silk was softer than his own piece, the embroidered stars still bright with the hope of childhood promises. "We didn't lose it," he said, watching Jeff's fingers close around the familiar comfort. "We just learned that some things have to be chosen again, consciously, after they've been tested by everything we were afraid might break them." When they reached Jeff's mother's room, she was awake and smiling, her color better than it had been in weeks according to Jeff's relieved report. She greeted Clarence with genuine warmth, as if his appearance was not surprise, but confirmation of something she had always known, that some friendships survived their own testing and emerged stronger for having been stretched to their limits and found to hold. As visiting hours drew to a close and they prepared to leave, Jeff paused in the doorway, the blue ribbon now tied around his wrist, where it caught the hallway light like a small constellation. "Tomorrow," he said, the word carrying weight that extended far beyond the practical concerns of hospital discharge and medication schedules. Would you want to help me bring her home?" "Tomorrow," Clarence agreed, understanding that they were making a different kind of promise now. Not the desperate covenant of childhood that had tried to hold back all change, but the mature commitment of people who had learned that love sometimes required letting go in order to choose each other again, more consciously, more freely. Walking to the parking garage together, their steps fell into rhythms that remembered themselves despite the months of separation. The evening air carried the scent of approaching autumn, and somewhere in the distance, the old train offered its familiar sigh, a sound that had anchored their shared geography since childhood, and would continue long after they had learned whatever lessons this season was meant to teach them. "I kept our maps," Jeff said as they reached his car, his voice soft enough to be almost confession. "All of them. The treehouse, the emotional weather patterns, everything we charted together. I thought I had to put them away to become someone the world would accept, but I don't think that anymore." Clarence felt something settle in his chest that was both ending and beginning, the recognition that some bridges, once built with patience and courage, could carry any weight placed upon them. "We were always better at the small routes anyway," he said, and felt the truth of it resonate between them like a tuning fork struck in perfect pitch. As Jeff drove away, taillights disappearing into the gentle darkness that held Aberdale in its familiar embrace, Clarence stood beneath stars that needed no explanation and felt the blue ribbon around his wrist pulse with quiet warmth. The covenant they had made still existed, transformed but not broken, waiting patiently for whatever form their friendship might take as they learned to choose each other, not from the desperate need of childhood, but from the deeper recognition that some bonds, like the invisible threads that connected his gift to the world, never truly broke. They simply stretched, sometimes to their limits, always holding, always waiting for love to remember its way home. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to practice the art of rebuilding trust, one gentle gesture at a time. But tonight offered rest and the quiet certainty that the first step across the bridge had been taken, that the hardest part, the choosing to try again, was already behind them, and that everything else was simply a matter of patience, presence, and the accumulated wisdom of two hearts that had learned they were stronger together than either could be alone. Morning arrived in Aberdale with the particular quality of light that comes after storms have passed, and the air has been washed clean, revealing familiar landscapes with startling clarity. Clarence woke not from restlessness but from the quiet anticipation that sometimes precedes moments when the heart recognizes it's about to step into territory that will reshape everything that comes after. The blue ribbon around his wrist had left the faintest impression on his skin overnight, a gentle reminder of promises renewed and bridges carefully rebuilt, one honest word at a time. Mary was already in the kitchen when he came downstairs, moving with the unhurried grace she brought to mornings that mattered. She had packed a care basket, not the emergency provisions of yesterday, but the kind of thoughtful abundance that said, "Welcome home." The thermos held soup that had simmered through the night, absorbing the accumulated comfort of her small kitchen, while sandwiches wrapped in familiar wax paper waited alongside cookies that carried the emotional echo of countless family gatherings. "Some homecomings need witnesses who understand that healing happens in layers," she said, settling the basket into his arms with particular tenderness, like sediment settling at the bottom of a clear stream. The hospital's corridors held the particular quiet of early morning, when night vigils were ending and families who had spent dark hours in waiting rooms were finally hearing words like stable and ready to go home. Clarence found Jeff already dressed and moving with some of his old precision, but softer now, less desperate. The blue ribbon around Jeff's wrist caught the morning light, and when their eyes met, Clarence felt the fundamental shift that had begun yesterday continue its quiet work. "She slept well," Jeff said, his voice carrying relief that came after nights when sleep felt like a gift rather than a given. "The doctor says her numbers look good. She's been asking about you, about whether you'd really come." Jeff's mother emerged with cautious movements, but a smile that was entirely uncomplicated, the kind of welcome that suggested his presence was not surprise, but confirmation of something she had always believed about true friendship. The drive home took them through neighborhoods that held the accumulated memory of their childhood explorations, past the library where their friendship had deepened, the bakery where they had learned to read the emotional weather of community spaces. At the house, they worked together with natural coordination, though it felt different now, more conscious, more chosen, as if they were deliberately creating new patterns rather than simply falling back into old ones. Jeff arranged medications with characteristic precision while Clarence unpacked Mary's care, creating small pockets of comfort throughout the living room where recovery could happen at its own pace. "I've been thinking," Jeff said during a quiet moment when his mother had dozed in her favorite chair, "about the difference between protecting something and hiding it." His voice carried the weight of months spent examining his own motivations. "I thought if I could keep us invisible enough, we'd be safe from attention that turns gifts into burdens." Clarence settled across from him, feeling the room's atmosphere shift toward sanctuary. "But invisible isn't the same as protected," he said gently. "And safe isn't always the same as true." They talked through the afternoon as Jeff's mother rested, their conversation moving with the unhurried pace of people who had learned that some bridges required patient construction. Jeff spoke about his summer working in his father's office, learning about systems that protected people through structure, but also recognizing their limitations. "I need something we can lean on," Jeff said finally. "Rules, maybe?" "Not fences. Railings." Clarence liked that. "Railings steady you without keeping you from the stairs." They stood at the kitchen counter and wrote them together, simple and human. "First, we ask with eyes when the world gets loud. If the other nods, we help. If not, we wait. Second, no grand gestures in crowded rooms unless a heart is sinking. Then we act, and we talk afterward. Third, when fear speaks, we translate before we obey. What are you trying to protect, and is there another way? Fourth, if either says later, later is honored. Fifth, we tell the truth kindly, especially when it's hardest. They wrote softer ones too. Once a week, a sandwich in halves, wherever the quiet feels kind. 2 minutes a day for weather. How are you really, and how is the world inside you? A hand on the table means stay. A hand on the back means I'm here. A hand squeezed twice means I remember. They posted the list with a magnet shaped like a star, chipped at one tip and somehow sweeter for its imperfection. The arrangement didn't make the past different, it made the future gentler. Amy arrived in the afternoon like a breeze through a screen door, carrying bread and 100 small mercies. She listened to their new railings and smiled. "You built something real," she said. "I can hold the middle when you're both on the edges, but the middle doesn't exist without edges that are honest." As evening painted the windows in shades of rose and gold, they shared soup that tasted of forgiveness and possibility, while the house settled into rhythms that felt both familiar and newly chosen. The blue ribbons around their wrists caught the lamplight, no longer symbols of desperate childhood promises, but reminders of mature commitments, the choice to continue choosing each other from recognition rather than need. Walking home through Aberdale's gentle evening, past windows where families gathered, and the first stars appeared above familiar rooftops, Clarence felt something fundamental shift in his understanding of what it meant to carry a gift in partnership with others. The covenant they had made as children still held, but it had been transformed by testing, strengthened by the choice to rebuild rather than simply remember. "Tomorrow," Jeff said as they parted at Maple Street, the word carrying weight that extended beyond practical concerns. "We start again, differently this time, more carefully, but not hiding." "Tomorrow," Clarence agreed, understanding they were making a different kind of promise now. Not the desperate covenant of childhood that had tried to hold back all change, but the mature commitment of people who had learned that love sometimes required letting go in order to choose each other again, more consciously, more freely. In his small room that night, Clarence touched the blue ribbon around his wrist and felt its connection to the other fragments, not just as anchor now, but as promise that some bonds were strong enough to bend without breaking, to weather storms without losing their essential truth, to grow stronger in the places where they had once been wounded, by the simple courage to keep choosing love, even when love required the hardest work of learning to trust again. Outside his window, the night train offered its familiar sigh, and in its rhythm, Clarence heard something that sounded like welcome, like the gentle reminder that some journeys were meant to be shared, that healing happened not through grand gestures, but through the patient accumulation of small kindnesses, offered freely and received with gratitude by hearts ready to remember their way home to each other. The morning after their reunion at the hospital arrived with the particular quality of light that comes when something fundamental has shifted overnight, not dramatically, but with the quiet certainty of seasons changing or tides turning. Clarence woke to find the blue ribbon around his wrist had left the faintest impression on his skin, not a mark of constraint, but a gentle reminder that some promises, once renewed, settled into the body's memory like muscle learning to trust again. Their first test came before homeroom had found its rhythm, standing by the trophy case where morning light painted everything in shades of possibility. Jeff's eyes carried the question they had written into their new understanding. "How are you, really? And how is the world inside you?" And Clarence answered, with the gentle honesty they were learning to practice. "Steady. A touch of fog near the auditorium, but nothing we can't navigate together." Jeff's shoulders dropped a fraction, tension releasing like a held breath finally allowed to escape. It was a tiny ritual, almost invisible to anyone passing by, yet it made the rest of the day fall into softer alignment. 2 minutes for weather, they had written, and in those 2 minutes they were learning to translate the emotional currents that had once overwhelmed into shared understanding that could be carried lightly. By second period, their larger railings faced their first real test. Derek Morrison and 2 teammates positioned themselves at the end of the math hallway with the casual precision of predators who had learned to hunt in packs. "Hey, St. Clarence!" Derek called, his voice pitched to land softly enough to deny malicious intent, sharply enough to leave a small wound. "You doing a vibes forecast for the pop quiz today?" There was a time, not so long ago, when Jeff would have redirected immediately, changed their route, cut the distance between hazard and heart with a clean detour. Today he stood still, applied the third railing they had written together. When fear speaks, we translate before we obey. What was the fear trying to protect? Their reputation, their safety, their carefully reconstructed partnership? Was there another way? Jeff stepped forward with the kind of calm that wasn't quiet so much as chosen. "We're keeping the hallway moving, Derek," he said, his voice carrying without strain. If you need help with the quiz, I can meet you after school. If you need help with better material, I can't help you there. It wasn't the kind of comeback that would echo through school legend, and that was exactly what made it perfect. It was ordinary courage offered at room temperature, fitted precisely to the moment without escalation or humiliation. Derek blinked, chuckled from somewhere uncertain, and the current passed without catching fire. Clarence felt the hallway exhale around them, dozens of small tensions releasing as witnesses realized that conflict could be diffused without anyone losing face. In chemistry lab, their second railing proved its worth when Maya Rodriguez began to tremble over a beaker, her hands shaking with the particular angle that panic arrives, quietly at first, then all at once. Clarence felt the small sinking in her emotional weather and glanced toward Jeff. Eyes asked the question, a subtle nod provided the answer, but instead of rushing to intervene, Clarence waited. He placed a clean glass rod on the lab bench, not rescue, but tool, and let Maya choose whether to accept the offering. She did, her breathing steadying as she found her rhythm again. "Thanks," she said, minutes later, when breath had returned to normal neighborhoods. "This feels better than having it fixed for me." Clarence tucked her words away like a found feather, small, specific evidence that gentleness multiplied when offered without overwhelming. Their lunch became a deliberate practice of the fourth railing. Once a week, a sandwich in halves, wherever the quiet feels kind. They found space on the back steps behind the auditorium, where warm brick held late October sun the way old quilts hold afternoon naps. Amy appeared mid-meal as if drawn by the gravitational pull of healing friendships, her notebook closed in recognition that some conversations were too sacred for documentation. They spoke about nothing urgent on purpose, chips that tasted more like actual potatoes than salt, the way the newly raked soccer field looked combed by careful hands, the faint whistle that had returned to the art room radiator as the building remembered how to prepare for cold weather. The ordinary began doing what it always did when given proper space. It mended things by reminding them they already knew how to be whole. At Miller's Bakery that afternoon, their community work took on new dimensions informed by their rebuilt understanding. Clarence still sensed the emotional weather of the morning rush, but now their intervention was more conscious, more collaborative. Jeff had created a simple sign in Amy's elegant handwriting, "Take a breath." "You're doing great." Positioned where hurried customers would see it while waiting, the message became a small anchor in rushed mornings, a gentle reminder that kindness was always available, even when you forgot to look for it. Mrs. Miller, whose exhaustion had been a constant hum in the shop's atmosphere, moved with renewed energy as she felt the subtle shift in her customers' emotional weather. People lingered instead of rushing, conversations became gentler, and the whole space seemed to exhale with relief at rhythms that honored both efficiency and human dignity. The treehouse welcomed them back that Saturday with the particular warmth of spaces designed for togetherness. Climbing the familiar ladder together, they carried not the desperate need to reclaim what had been lost, but the mature understanding that some sanctuaries must be consciously chosen rather than simply inherited from childhood. Jeff's map still covered the walls, but he had begun adding new observations, not just where healing was needed, but where it was already happening, where small acts of kindness were creating ripples that extended far beyond their original intention. "We're different now," Amy observed, settling onto the quilt that still held traces of their shared history. "Not broken and fixed, just more conscious about how we choose each other." Jeff nodded, his methodical mind working to articulate something that felt more like music than mathematics. "The railings aren't rules," he said slowly. "They're translations. ways to turn what we feel into what we can do together. As autumn deepened toward winter, their renewed partnership found its rhythm in countless small consistencies. The 2-minute weather check became as natural as breathing. The anxiety support group Jeff had organized, framed not as therapy, but as a coping strategies lab, drew students who had learned that vulnerability shared was somehow lighter than vulnerability carried alone. Leo Martinez, whose panic attack had been the catalyst for their public fracture, helped facilitate discussions with the quiet authority of someone who had learned to navigate his own storms. Mr. Reeves watched their work with the satisfaction of someone who had planted seeds and lived to see them bloom. During their afternoon conversations in the poetry section, he shared his grandmother's observations about friendships that survived their own testing. "The strongest bonds," he said one afternoon as golden light painted everything in shades of possibility, "are often those that have learned to bend without breaking, to stretch to their limits and discover they're more resilient than anyone imagined." The blue ribbons around their wrists had softened with daily wear, their embroidered stars now more suggestion than definition, like constellations viewed through morning mist. But they still carried the weight of promises renewed, not the desperate covenant of childhood that had tried to hold back all change, but the mature commitment of people who had learned that love sometimes required letting go in order to choose each other again, more consciously, more freely. One December afternoon, as the first snow began to dust Aberdale's windows, they sat in the library surrounded by books that hummed with accumulated wisdom. Amy's notebook lay open to observations about how their individual strengths had become more potent when consciously intertwined. Clarence's deep empathy now channeled with precision, Jeff's organizational mind softened by compassion, Amy's gift for words amplified by their shared intention. "I've been thinking about next year," Amy said, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had learned to trust her instincts about timing and possibility. About college applications and what comes after. Whether the work we do here can travel with us, or if it belongs specifically to this place. Clarence touched the window glass, feeling the familiar comfort of spaces that knew his story, while also sensing the pull of possibilities that extended beyond Aberdale's gentle boundaries. "Maybe the gift isn't tied to geography," he said quietly. "Maybe it's about learning to create conditions for healing wherever we are, with whoever needs it." Jeff's eyes carried the spark of recognition that came when scattered pieces suddenly arranged themselves into a pattern that made sense. "We've learned something here that's bigger than just us," he said. "About how to hold space for each other's growth, how to weather storms without losing what matters most." As evening painted the library windows in shades of rose and gold, they sat in comfortable contemplation of futures that felt both uncertain and full of promise. The work they had done together, in their community, in their friendship, in their own hearts, had created something that could travel with them wherever their separate paths might lead. The covenant they had made as children, once stretched to what felt like its breaking point, had been reforged in the fires of honesty and vulnerability. They had discovered that true resilience wasn't about avoiding the broken places, but about finding new ways to build from them, creating foundations that could withstand any storm while remaining open to whatever light might find its way through the cracks. Outside, the first snow of winter caught the streetlights like tiny messengers carrying news of the season to come. But in the warm circle of their friendship, surrounded by the patient wisdom of books and the accumulated comfort of countless shared afternoons, they felt only gratitude for the journey that had brought them to this moment, scarred but not broken, tested but not defeated, ready to carry their gifts into whatever future was calling them forward, together and separately. bound by choice rather than circumstance, stronger in the places where they had learned to mend. The blue ribbon fragments pulsed with quiet warmth against their skin, and in that gentle light they understood that some promises transcended their current expression. Some gifts were meant to be shared across any distance, and some love was strong enough to survive not just its own testing, but its own transformation into something even more beautiful than what it had been before. Spring arrived in Aberdale like a gentle exhale that had been held through winter's careful contemplations, bringing with it envelopes that carried the weight of futures and the soft authority of seasons that know their work. The morning Clarence received his acceptance letter from the State University's counseling psychology program, the paper felt warm in his hands, not from Mary's kitchen sunlight, but from the recognition that some paths reveal themselves only after you've learned to walk steadily on uncertain ground. Jeff's letter arrived the same afternoon, his acceptance to the pre-law program at a university 2 hours north, carrying the particular satisfaction of someone who had learned that protection could be offered through structure as well as sensitivity. Amy's acceptance to the journalism program near the River City came a week later, her envelope humming with the quiet joy of someone who had found exactly where her gift for finding words was meant to flourish. They met at Miller's Bakery without planning, drawn by the same instinct that had guided their most important conversations, and sat around the small table where their signs still reminded hurried customers to take a breath. "You're doing great." The envelopes lay between them like maps to territories they would explore separately, but somehow still together, connected by invisible threads that distance had never learned to sever. "Different schools," Jeff said, his voice carrying no sadness, only the quiet acknowledgement that growth sometimes required divergent paths. "But maybe that's how it's supposed to be. We've learned to choose each other consciously. Distance might just be another way to practice that choice." The weeks that followed brought the particular intensity that comes with conscious endings, not the sharp grief of sudden loss, but the bitter-sweet recognition that some chapters close not from failure but from completion. Their work in the community took on new dimensions as they began preparing others to carry forward what they had started. Leo Martinez, whose panic attack had once been the catalyst for their public fracture, now facilitated peer support groups with the quiet authority of someone who had learned to navigate his own storms while helping others find their footing. Sarah Chen had begun organizing what she called memory circles, gatherings where people could share stories about loss and love with the understanding that some pain was sacred and deserved witness rather than solutions. Marcus Rivera, whose art supplies had taught them about dignity in struggle, now helped coordinate the school's peer mentoring program, his careful attention to others' creative needs creating ripples of encouragement throughout the building. At the library, Mr. Reeves moved with increasing gentleness, his body requiring more rest between tasks, but his spirit bright with the satisfaction of someone who had seen seeds planted in good soil. He spent longer conversations with them now, sharing stories from his grandmother's journal about gifts that traveled well, the difference between work that depended on specific circumstances and calling that could adapt to any environment. "The gift you've cultivated together," he said one afternoon as spring light painted everything in shades of possibility, "isn't about this place or these people specifically. It's about creating conditions where healing can happen naturally, where people feel seen and valued and supported in becoming who they're meant to be." Their treehouse became a different kind of planning room now, Jeff's maps of Aberdale's emotional weather, joined by brochures from distant universities, career exploration notebooks, and lists of dreams that felt both expansive and slightly terrifying. They practiced their railings across imagined distance, how the 2-minute weather check might work over video calls, how weekly sandwiches could become synchronized meals in different cities, how the gentle interventions they had perfected could adapt to dormitory hallways and campus quads. Clarence found himself drawn to books about trauma-informed care, community psychology, the kind of work that created safe spaces where people could heal at their own pace. Jeff explored public policy and legal aid, discovering how his gift for creating protective structure could serve those who needed advocates with both precision and heart. Amy immersed herself in narrative journalism, learning how carefully told stories could shift entire communities' understanding of their own capacity for resilience and growth. Graduation arrived on a field that smelled faintly of cut grass and rain held back by courtesy. The ceremony took place where they had once navigated the complex social weather of high school, but now the space felt transformed by accumulated evidence of growth, resilience, and the quiet courage of young people who had learned to support each other through difficulty. Mrs. Davidson, whose programs had once felt like threats to their carefully protected work, approached them after the ceremony with genuine warmth. The peer support systems you've helped create, the way you've modeled healthy responses to stress and conflict, it's changed the entire emotional climate of our school, she said, her words carrying no expectation now, only simple recognition that their gifts had been used well. That evening, they climbed to the treehouse one final time as high school students, carrying with them not nostalgia, but gratitude for the sanctuary that had sheltered their growth. The space felt both exactly the same and completely transformed, like looking at familiar stars from a new angle that revealed patterns previously hidden. "We're not ending something," Clarence said as they sat, surrounded by the accumulated comfort of countless shared afternoons. "We're carrying it forward. All of it. The gift, the understanding, the choice to keep choosing each other even when choosing requires more effort." They spent that night wrapped in quilts that held the memory of their shared warmth, talking until dawn about futures that felt both uncertain and full of promise. They spoke of the work they hoped to do, but also of smaller things, letters they would write, visits they would plan, the ways they would stay connected to each other and to the community that had taught them so much about the nature of love and service. As sunrise painted the treehouse windows in shades of gold and possibility, they made their final covenant, not the desperate promise of childhood that had tried to hold back all change, but the mature commitment of people who had learned that the strongest bonds were those that could adapt to any circumstances while maintaining their essential truth. "Wherever we are," Amy said, her voice carrying the weight of someone who understood that some friendships were meant to be lifelong, "we carry this with us, the understanding that healing happens in community, that gifts are meant to be shared, that love is both a feeling and a choice made new each day." "And we carry each other," Jeff added, his methodical mind finding the precise words for feelings that were larger than language. Not as burden, but as blessing, not as obligation, but as joy. The blue ribbon fragments around their wrists pulsed with quiet warmth, and Clarence understood that they had created something that could survive any test, not because it was unbreakable, but because it had learned to bend without losing its essential nature, to stretch across any distance while maintaining its core connection. Summer brought deliberate preparation and conscious farewell. They visited every place where their work had made a difference, ensuring smooth transitions and expressing gratitude to the community that had both shaped and been shaped by their careful attention. The train station, Miller's Bakery, the library's poetry section, each location held their accumulated understanding like a trust fund of wisdom available to whoever might need it next. As autumn approached and departure became imminent, they gathered one final time in the treehouse, now prepared for winter, with small improvements that would shelter whatever friendship might next need sanctuary among its branches. They left behind their maps and notebooks, their accumulated observations about the emotional weather of their small town, and a tin box containing the blue ribbon that had started it all, embroidered with stars that had guided them through every storm. The morning of departure wore ordinary clothes, toast and new notebooks, suitcases that clicked with possibility, families gathering on front porches to offer blessings disguised as practical advice. At the train station where Clarence had first learned to sense the emotional echoes of hellos and goodbyes, they stood together one final time, not attempting elaborate vows but simply holding the quiet certainty that some bonds transcend distance by their very nature. "We're not finished," Jeff said, watching the bright rectangle of arriving carriages reach toward them like an outstretched hand. "We're just changing rooms." As the train carried them toward their separate futures, Clarence pressed his palm against the window and felt the gentle pull of his gift responding to new territory. Dormitories that would learn his name, counseling centers that needed his particular sensitivity, communities waiting for the kind of healing that happened when someone truly listened to the whispers between heartbeats. The blue ribbon around his wrist caught the morning light, and in its gentle glow he understood that the covenant they had made would travel with them now, not as memory, but as living practice, not as what had been, but as what continued to become, with each conscious choice to honor the bonds that had taught them who they were meant to be. Behind them, Aberdale settled into its gentle rhythms, forever changed by three friends, who had learned that love was both anchor and sail, both shelter and journey, both ending and eternal beginning. Ahead lay futures bright with possibility, communities waiting for the particular gifts they had spent years learning to offer with grace. And in the space between departure and arrival, in the gentle rhythm of wheels on track and hearts that remembered how to choose each other across any distance, the story continued, not ending, but expanding, not concluding, but beginning again, carried forward by the accumulated wisdom that some connections, like the invisible threads that bind all healing work, never truly break, but simply stretch toward whatever light is calling them home. The train sighed its familiar blessing, and somewhere, in the poetry of that sound, three friends who had learned to be whole separately understood they would always choose to be stronger together, no matter how many miles or years might test the bonds that had been forged in childhood wonder and refined by the patient work of growing up without growing apart. The university campus unfolded around Clarence like a vast emotional landscape, painted in colors he had never learned to name, its dormitory hallways humming with the particular intensity of 3,000 young hearts, all feeling at full volume simultaneously. His gift, which had been refined through years of careful practice in Aberdale's gentle rhythms, now faced the overwhelming symphony of students learning to be away from home for the first time, their collective emotional weather creating currents that could lift or drown depending on how you learned to swim in them. His dormitory room carried the neutral energy of spaces that had been temporarily occupied by countless temporary residents, but within hours, Clarence had begun the gentle work of transformation. He arranged his few possessions with the same careful attention he had once brought to the treehouse, the blue ribbon placed where morning light would catch its embroidered stars, a small plant that seemed to prefer the windowsill's eastern exposure, the worn quilt from home that carried Mary's accumulated comfort in every thread. His roommate Marcus arrived with the particular anxiety of someone trying to prove he belonged in spaces where belonging wasn't guaranteed. A pre-med student from Chicago, Marcus moved through their shared space with desperate precision, organizing his desk supplies with the kind of methodical care that spoke of deeper needs for control. Within days, Clarence had learned to read the subtle signs, the way Marcus's hands trembled slightly when chemistry homework threatened to overwhelm his carefully constructed confidence, the particular tension that settled in his shoulders after phone calls from home that carried disappointment like static electricity. Their first collaboration happened naturally during a late October evening when Marcus was struggling with organic chemistry and the harsh fluorescent desk lamp seemed to make everything feel more hopeless than it actually was. Clarence had simply moved his softer reading light closer to Marcus's textbook, creating a warmer pool of illumination, and something in his roommate's shoulders had dropped with visible relief. "How did you know?" Marcus asked quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had been carrying burdens alone for longer than was comfortable. "That the light was making it worse, I mean. I didn't even realize it myself." Clarence chose his words carefully, understanding that his gift required different explanations in this new environment. "Sometimes the space around us affects how we feel more than we notice," he said gently. "Small changes in lighting or arrangement can shift our whole emotional weather without us realizing why." It became their first partnership, not the sophisticated collaboration he had built with Jeff and Amy, but something gentler, more tentative. Marcus would mention when the room felt heavy or scattered, and Clarence would suggest small adjustments, opening the window when anxiety pooled like stagnant air, rearranging furniture to create better flow, adding plants that seemed to breathe peace into the space around them. Academic integration and professional development. Clarence's coursework in counseling psychology felt like reading a map he had been tracing for years, now finally printed in clear lines. Terms like emotional contagion and trauma-informed care gave scholarly language to the work he had been doing since childhood, but more importantly, they connected him with professors and classmates who understood that healing happened in community, that some gifts were meant to be shared rather than simply studied. Dr. Elena Martinez, his advisor, moved through their material with the patient warmth of someone who remembered how hard it was to be new to understanding human pain. "Boundaries are love in structure," she would say, her palm resting gently on the desk, as if to bless the wood. "They give our compassion something to lean against so it doesn't collapse under its own weight." The University Counseling Center accepted him as a volunteer by mid-semester, recognizing something in his approach that went beyond textbook understanding. The director, a gentleman named Malik, whose ink-stained fingers spoke of someone who still took notes by hand, showed him a small room with warm lamps and 2 chairs that already carried the echoes of conversations that had untangled quiet knots. "Your job is not to hold the storm," Malik explained, placing a small bowl of smooth stones on the low table between the chairs. "It's to be the lighthouse. People will navigate by your steadiness. When in doubt, slow the light." Clarence prepared the room with the same ritual attention he had once brought to the treehouse. One corner held a plant that had survived several cohorts of trainees and, apparently, liked the sound of stories. On the table, the bowl of stones invited fidgeting fingers to find their own rhythm. He placed a folded square of woven cloth beneath the lamp, a tiny patch of color that reminded everyone that beauty could be gentle. Inside the desk drawer, he tucked his blue ribbon fragment, not as talisman to wield, but as reminder of covenants he kept with himself. Ask first, help with consent, translate fear before obeying it. His first client was a student named Nina who spoke in a rush about deadlines and dizziness and the way sleep fled like something hunted. Her backpack carried the emotional weather of 1,000 small expectations pressing against her shoulders. Clarence felt it immediately, familiar and heavy, but he did not reach to carry it for her. Instead, he asked gently, "Would you like to try 2 minutes for weather?" Nina's puzzled smile transformed into curiosity as he explained it simply. 2 minutes to say how her inside world felt, 2 minutes to say it again, but slower, noticing what changed in the saying. She chose a stone from the bowl and spoke. By the second round, her voice had found a quieter gear, her breathing had deepened, and something fundamental had shifted. "It's not gone," she said at the end, looking surprised at herself. "But it's with me now, not on me." Clarence wrote that phrase in his notes like a prayer to return to, understanding that healing often began with such simple recognitions. Maintaining sacred connections. Sunday evenings became their new version of the 2-minute weather check, 3 screens connecting 3 hearts across the distances that geography had created, but friendship had learned to navigate. Jeff's law school environment carried its own particular intensity, competitive in ways that made his protective instincts work overtime, filled with people who had learned to armor themselves with achievement rather than vulnerability. "It's like everyone here is afraid to admit they don't understand something," Jeff said during one of their calls, his face tired in the blue glow of his laptop screen. "The emotional weather is all sharp edges and hidden fears. I keep wanting to create safer spaces for people to be human, but I'm not sure how to do that without seeming weak myself." Amy's journalism program presented different challenges but similar themes. "Everyone here has stories about injustice and systems that need changing," she reported from her dorm room that overlooked the river city's gentle lights. "But sometimes I think we're so focused on documenting what's broken that we forget to notice what's healing, what's working, what's growing stronger in the cracks." Their weekly calls became laboratories for translating the skills they had developed in Aberdale to these new environments. They practiced their railings across distance, asking with eyes through video screens, creating gentle structure in study groups and peer support networks, learning to recognize when fear was speaking and finding ways to translate it before obeying its more destructive impulses, professional, calling, and community building. By spring semester, Clarence had begun co-facilitating peer support groups with a senior student named Aiko, whose calm carried the authority of many storms successfully navigated. They did not promise cures or quick fixes. They promised chairs, tea, and the kind of listening that made your own words feel welcome in the world. Clarence watched a first year named Jonah arrive and sit near the door for 3 sessions, saying nothing, learning the room's trustworthiness by the way laughter ended softly and silences were not punished. When Jonah finally spoke, he said only, "I don't know how to be here." And the group nodded like trees in a wind that had been anticipated, understanding that sometimes the most important truth was admitting you didn't have answers yet. Together they helped Jonah build small anchors, one class to enter 5 minutes early so the transition felt gentler, one professor to email honestly when assignments felt overwhelming, one morning ritual of sitting by the campus fountain and letting its sound remind him that time moved forward even when panic insisted everything was stuck. "Small kindnesses work like stitches," Aiko whispered later as they cleaned mugs. "Invisible most of the time, but suddenly everything holds together." Marcus had become Clarence's closest collaborator in their dormitory, his pre-med precision complementing Clarence's intuitive understanding in ways that created surprisingly effective programming. They developed workshops on environmental wellness, helping students understand how their physical spaces affected their emotional well-being, how small changes in lighting, organization, and sensory input could dramatically improve their capacity to handle stress and uncertainty. "You're teaching people to be gentle with themselves," Marcus observed one evening, as they prepared materials for a workshop on creating supportive study environments. "Not just academically, but emotionally." like giving them permission to need comfort while they're learning difficult things. Integration of gift and training. Doctor. Martinez had begun to notice something unusual in Clarence's approach to their practicum work. You have an ability to create safety in group settings that goes beyond technique, she observed after watching him facilitate a particularly challenging session about homesickness and academic pressure. People seem to relax around you in ways that allow them to access their own resilience. It's as if you're helping them remember something they already knew but had forgotten. The academic frameworks provided language for what Clarence had always known, intuitively, but more importantly, they offered structure for sustainable practice. He learned about conscious witnessing, the ability to hold space for others' pain without taking it on as his own, to offer presence and support without feeling responsible for outcomes beyond his influence. He discovered research about environmental psychology that validated what he had always sensed about the emotional resonance of physical spaces. In quiet moments between sessions, Clarence would touch the blue ribbon around his wrist and feel its connection to the other fragments worn by Jeff and Amy in their own environments of learning and growth. The silk had softened with wear, its embroidered stars now more suggestion than definition, like constellations viewed through morning mist. But it still carried the weight of promises made and kept, of a covenant that had learned to stretch across any distance while maintaining its essential truth. Expanding circles of influence. As his first year drew toward a close, Clarence began to notice subtle changes in the broader campus environment. Students lingered longer in the counseling center's waiting area, not from anxiety, but because the space had begun to feel like sanctuary. Study groups formed more organically in dormitory lounges where he and Marcus had quietly rearranged furniture to encourage connection rather than isolation. The peer support networks had grown into a web of gentle care that extended far beyond the formal programming. Malik approached him near the end of the semester with a proposal that felt like recognition of calling rather than simple academic advancement. "We'd like you to help train the next cohort of peer counselors," he said, his ink-stained fingers resting on a folder of applications. "They won't need you to be brilliant or to have all the answers. They'll need you to be steady while they learn to make mistakes without becoming the mistake." The blue ribbon caught the late spring sunlight streaming through the counseling center windows, and Clarence understood that he was no longer the boy who had been found among impossible roses, though that child's gift lived on in more mature form. He had become someone who could create sanctuary wherever it was needed, who understood that healing happened not through dramatic interventions, but through the patient accumulation of small kindnesses offered freely and received with gratitude by hearts ready to remember their way home to wholeness. As summer approached and his first year of university life prepared to transform into memory, Clarence felt the deep satisfaction of someone whose life was aligning with its deepest purpose. The work was different now, more complex and far-reaching than anything he had imagined in Aberdale's gentle confines, but its essential nature remained unchanged, creating conditions where healing could happen naturally, where people could remember they were held by something larger and more beautiful than they had ever dared to hope. In the gentle rhythm of seasons changing and semesters passing, surrounded by new communities that were learning to trust his gift while he learned to offer it with increasing skill and wisdom, Clarence carried forward the covenant made beneath an oak tree in childhood, now expanded to serve the endless human need for connection, understanding, and the particular grace that comes from knowing you are not alone in whatever storms life might bring. The train that would carry him home for summer break sighed its familiar blessing in the distance, and in its rhythm he heard the echo of all the journeys still to come, not just his own, but those of every heart he would help find its way back to peace, one gentle presence at a time, in the endless, beautiful work of helping others remember they were worthy of love, care, and the patient attention that makes healing possible. The years had settled over Aberdale like layers of gentle sediment, each season adding depth and richness to the town's emotional landscape. 25 years had passed since a child was found sleeping among impossible roses, and now Clarence stood at the window of his counseling practice above Miller's Bakery, watching the familiar rhythms of a community that had learned to tend its own heart with increasing grace. His office occupied the same space where morning light had once painted their childhood conversations in shades of possibility. But now it held the accumulated wisdom of decades spent learning to translate feeling into healing. The rooms were arranged with the same careful attention he had once brought to the tree house, plants that thrived in the presence of honest conversation, chairs positioned to encourage connection without demanding it, a small blue bowl of smooth stones that invited restless hands to find their own rhythm. The blue ribbon around his wrist had become nearly transparent with its embroidered stars visible now only in certain light, like constellations that emerge when the heart is quiet enough to receive them. His gift had evolved beyond the overwhelming flood of sensation he had once struggled to navigate, refined through professional training into something that honored both intuition and technique, both witness and wisdom. This morning brought Elena, a young teacher whose anxiety about her first classroom had settled in her shoulders like winter that wouldn't end. She sat across from him in the chair that had absorbed countless stories, her hands wrapped around tea that steamed with comfort and possibility. They practiced the 2-minute weather check that had anchored his friendship since childhood, now refined into therapeutic art. "The classroom feels heavy on Mondays," Elena said, her voice carrying the particular exhaustion of someone trying to create safety for others while feeling uncertain of her own footing. "Like all the weekend worry is pooled in the corners, and I can't figure out how to clear it." Clarence nodded, understanding that some wisdom traveled best through story rather than instruction. "When I was young," he said, settling back with the unhurried presence that had become his signature, "my friends and I learned that emotional weather was like any other kind. It could be observed, understood, and sometimes gently influenced, but never completely controlled." The afternoon brought David, a teenager whose parents' bitter divorce had left him feeling responsible for adult wounds he couldn't heal. As David worked a wooden puzzle with hands that needed something tangible to hold, while his heart processed intangible pain, Clarence felt the familiar recognition of his own adolescent struggles with impossible choices between loyalty and authenticity. Years moved through Aberdale like gentle tides, each one carrying evidence of seeds, planted in patience, finally bearing fruit. Jeff had found his calling in public service law, his methodical mind creating structures that protected vulnerable hearts, while his protective instincts channeled into advocacy for those whose voices were often unheard. Amy's journalism had blossomed into stories that gave voice to healing, capturing the quiet heroics of ordinary people who chose kindness in a world that often forgot its importance. The library garden held a new bench now, placed where forget-me-nots braided themselves around its base in honor of Mr. Reeves, who had passed one spring evening with the same gentle grace he had brought to everything else. The bench faced the poetry section's wide window, and people sat longer than they meant to, some leaving small objects without notes. A library card hole punched into constellations, ribbons threaded through paper clips, stones that looked like held breath. The treehouse remained, tended by teenagers who never introduced themselves formally but understood their role as guardians of sanctuary. Their tin box filled and emptied like a tide, carrying messages between generations who would never meet but learned to speak to each other through small acts of preservation and care. Jeff and Clarence would return together sometimes, not to claim the space, but to check its weather and ensure kindness still pooled there in shapes they wouldn't have invented themselves. One golden October afternoon, as wood smoke mingled with the sweet decay of fallen leaves, they gathered on the porch of Mary's house, now Clarence's home, where he had first learned to read the emotional weather of his small world. Jeff arrived with characteristic precision, though comfortable ease had softened his earlier anxieties. His hair showed threads of silver, and his briefcase shared space with a thermos of Mary's favorite tea. Amy followed, her notebook now filled with observations about light and migration, rather than urgent interviews, her presence still carrying the particular grace of someone who understood that words held power, but silence held deeper truths. They settled onto the porch swing, its familiar creak embracing them like a lullaby learned in childhood and remembered through decades of change. The blue ribbon fragments around their wrists, now almost indistinguishable from the skin they touched, pulsed with quiet warmth. Not desperate childhood promises anymore, but mature commitments that had learned to bend without breaking. The new generation of peer counselors at the university is asking about your old notes, Jeff said, his voice carrying satisfaction that came from seeing work find its way into hands that would carry it forward. They want to know how you taught them to translate what they feel into what they can do. And the little book of small kindnesses you and Amy wrote, Amy added, her eyes bright with the joy of seeing seeds finally bear fruit. It's being translated into 6 languages. People are finding ways to use it in places you've never even seen. Clarence smiled, thinking of Leo Martinez, now teaching young people to find their voices without losing their calm, of Sarah Chen holding space for others' grief with the same patience she had learned from a broken music box and a quietly offered ribbon. He thought of countless small interventions, gentle shifts in emotional weather, ripples that had spread far beyond their original intention, touching lives in ways they would never fully know. It was always about the listening, he said, his voice soft as rustling leaves. Listening to the whispers, to the silence, to the spaces between heartbeats where true understanding grows. They talked through the afternoon about the quiet work of living in service to something larger than themselves, about challenges faced and moments of doubt, but always returning to the enduring strength of their bond, the unspoken covenant that had carried them through every storm. As evening painted the sky in familiar shades and the first stars appeared above Aberdale's rooftops, they felt the deep peace that comes from understanding that some connections, like constellations, become more luminous when viewed together. The greatest legacy, Amy murmured in the gathering dusk, isn't what we build, but how we teach others to build for themselves. And the deepest wisdom, Jeff added, his hand resting gently on Clarence's arm, is knowing when to hold on and when to let go, trusting that some things are meant to endure beyond our grasp. Clarence closed his eyes, feeling the gentle rhythm of the swing, the warmth of his friends beside him, the quiet hum of a life well lived. He understood that his gift had never been about fixing the world, but about helping it remember its own capacity for healing. One gentle presence, one patient listening, one small act of kindness at a time. The echoes he had spent his life learning to hear were not just memories of the past, but whispers of a future where love, in all its forms, would continue to resonate, endless and true. As the night train offered its familiar blessing in the distance, they sat in comfortable silence, 3 friends who had learned that some bonds transcend their current expression, some gifts are meant to be shared across any distance, and some love is strong enough to survive not just its own testing, but its own transformation into something even more beautiful than what it had been before. The blue ribbon fragments caught the last light of evening, and in their gentle glow, Clarence felt the truth that had anchored him since childhood, that healing happens in community, that gifts are meant to be shared, that love is both a feeling and a choice made new each day. The covenant they had made beneath an oak tree had grown into something larger than friendship, a way of being in the world that honored both individual growth and collective well-being, both the seen and unseen aspects of human connection. And with that understanding, he settled into the gentle rhythm of a life well shared, knowing that some connections transcend time itself, echoing forward into eternity, like invisible threads that bind all healing work together, never breaking, but simply stretching toward whatever light is calling them home. The stars emerged one by one above Aberdale's peaceful streets, and somewhere in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, the echo of true friendship continued to resonate, offering comfort to anyone who knew how to listen, for the gentle reminder that we are all held by something larger and more beautiful than we ever dared to hope. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well, everything's going to be okay.